Some days, healing does not look like courage. It looks like silence. It looks like not answering a message you once would have begged to receive. It looks like sitting at the edge of your bed with no speech prepared, no dramatic decision made, no proof that you are getting better, only a small, tired part of you refusing to abandon yourself one more time. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself, not loudly, not beautifully, not in a way anyone would notice. No one claps for the woman who does not fall apart in public. No one sees the strength it takes to wash a cup, answer an email, fold laundry, or smile gently at someone while carrying a grief that has no official name. No one sees how many times she almost reaches back toward what wounded her, not because she has forgotten the pain, but because pain can become familiar and familiarity can disguise itself as love. And when you are a grown woman healing from betrayal, silence, emotional neglect, or the ache of loving someone who never truly chose you, the quiet days can feel confusing. You may ask yourself, why am I not moving faster? Why do I still feel heavy? Why does my body remember someone my mind knows I must release? But maybe the quiet is not weakness. Maybe the quiet is your nervous system finally lowering its guard. Maybe the part of you that has been surviving for years is no longer running, explaining, defending, proving, waiting, checking, hoping, shrinking, forgiving too quickly, or pretending not to notice what was hurting you. Maybe the silence inside you is not emptiness. Maybe it is a room being cleared. A deeper truth: sometimes the soul grows quiet, not because it has nothing left to say, but because it is tired of speaking where it was never truly heard. There is a kind of grief that belongs especially to women who stayed too long in places where they were emotionally alone. It is not only the grief of losing a person, it is the grief of realizing how much of yourself you set aside trying to keep the connection alive. It is looking back and seeing all the small ways you adapted to someone else's absence. The way you softened your needs. The way you translated their coldness into stress. Their distance into personality. Their inconsistency into trauma. Their neglect into something you could love them through. You told yourself you were being patient. You told yourself you were being mature. You told yourself real love requires endurance. And sometimes it does. But there is a painful difference between enduring a season with someone who is also trying and enduring emotional starvation beside someone who has made peace with watching you ache. That distinction matters because many women do not leave because they are foolish. They stay because they are loyal. They stay because they have already invested years, tenderness, family dreams, routines, faith, memories, and private sacrifices that no one else knows about. They stay because starting over does not feel like freedom at first. It feels like losing the life they tried so hard to build. And when the love finally breaks or the silence becomes too heavy to explain away, the pain is not simply "he left." Sometimes the deeper pain is "I left myself while trying not to be left by him." That sentence can be hard to face, not because it is cruel, but because it is true. A reflective question. When did you first begin treating your own pain as something inconvenient? Maybe it began quietly. Maybe you did not even notice. Maybe the first time you swallowed your disappointment, you called it peace. The second time, you called it understanding. The third time, you called it compromise. Then one day, you looked in the mirror and realized you had become fluent in minimizing your own heartbreak. You knew how to say it's fine when it was not fine. You knew how to sleep beside distance. You knew how to wait for warmth that arrived in fragments. You knew how to forgive before anyone had truly acknowledged the wound. And perhaps the hardest part is that the person who hurt you may not have looked like a villain. They may have been kind sometimes, tender sometimes, present sometimes, capable of saying the right thing when you were almost ready to leave. And that kind of inconsistency can be more confusing than cruelty because it gives the heart enough evidence to hope and enough pain to stay unwell. That is why healing can feel so slow. You are not only recovering from what happened, you are recovering from what almost happened. The future you imagined, the home you pictured, the version of him you believed in, the version of yourself you became while waiting for that version of him to stay. There is grief in losing a person, but there is another grief in losing the story you used to survive. And on quiet days, the soul begins to separate truth from fantasy, not with anger, not with humiliation, not with the sharp need to prove that you were right. It begins gently, almost like a woman sorting through an old drawer. This was real. This was hope. This was fear. This was love. This was attachment. This was my body begging for safety. This was my heart trying to make a home out of uncertainty. A deeper truth. Closure is not always a conversation. Sometimes closure is the moment you stop negotiating with evidence. You may never receive the apology that matches the damage. You may never hear the full truth. You may never be given a clean ending, a mature explanation, or a tender acknowledgement of what it cost you to stay. Some people leave behind confusion because clarity would require responsibility. Some people remain silent because silence protects the version of themselves they prefer to keep, and that can make you feel unfinished. But unfinished does not mean powerless. There comes a day when you begin to understand that your healing cannot depend on someone becoming honest enough to validate your pain. You can tell the truth without their permission. You can grieve without their participation. You can release without their blessing. You can rebuild without making them understand what they broke. This is not bitterness. This is emotional adulthood. It is the quiet decision to stop placing your recovery in the hands of the person who mishandled your heart. And I know that sounds simple until the night comes, until the house gets still, until your phone lights up and your chest tightens, until you remember a good moment and suddenly question everything, until you wonder whether you were too sensitive, too demanding, too needy, too difficult to love. So let this be said clearly. Having needs did not make you too much. Wanting consistency did not make you weak. Asking for honesty did not make you controlling. Needing emotional presence did not make you dramatic. You were not asking for a perfect love. You were asking not to be alone inside a relationship. That is a very human request. A reframing. The problem was not that you wanted too much. The problem may be that you were trying to receive tenderness from someone who only offered enough to keep you waiting. There are women who are exhausted not because they are fragile, but because they have spent years managing the emotional climate of someone else. They learn when to speak, when to stay quiet, when to ask carefully, when to pretend they were not hurt, when to make themselves smaller so the relationship could remain calm. That kind of living changes a person. It teaches the body to scan for mood shifts. It teaches the heart to celebrate crumbs. It teaches the mind to turn neglect into a puzzle. If I say it differently, maybe he will understand. If I love better, maybe he will soften. If I become easier, maybe he will stay. But love that requires you to disappear is not love asking for patience. It is pain asking for permission. And on the quiet days, the soul begins to revoke that permission. Not dramatically, not with a grand announcement. Sometimes it happens when you choose not to explain yourself for the 10th time. Sometimes it happens when you no longer reread old messages trying to find proof that you mattered. Sometimes it happens when you cry, not because you want him back, but because you finally see how tired you were. There is a sacred honesty in that kind of crying. Not sacred because it is mystical or vague, but because it returns you to reality. Tears can wash away the performance. They can loosen the grip of shame. They can say what your mouth has been too dignified, too afraid, or too exhausted to say. I was hurt. I was lonely. I kept hoping. I ignored myself. I deserve more tenderness than this. That is not self-pity. That is witness. A deeper insight. Healing begins when you stop needing your pain to look impressive before you take it seriously. You do not have to prove that it was bad enough. You do not have to present your heartbreak like evidence in court. You do not have to convince people who were not there for the quiet dismissals, the unanswered messages, the emotional disappearing acts, the little humiliations, the lonely birthdays, the nights you held your own hand in a relationship that should have held you. Your body knows. Your spirit knows. Your peace knows. And slowly, you will learn to trust what you know. This is where identity repair begins, not in becoming a brand new woman overnight, but in returning to the woman who was buried beneath adaptation. The woman who had preferences. The woman who laughed without measuring herself. The woman who had a rhythm before anxiety took over. The woman who once knew what she liked to eat, wear, read, watch, dream about. The woman who did not wake up every morning checking the temperature of someone else's affection. She may feel far away now, but she is not gone. She is under the noise, under the waiting, under the shame, under the years you keep calling wasted because you do not yet know how to honor the woman who survived them. Maybe those years were painful. Maybe some choices were costly. Maybe there were warnings you ignored because hope was louder than wisdom. But do not use your past as another weapon against yourself. You have already been wounded enough. Let truth be firm, but do not let it become cruel. You can say, I stayed too long, without saying, I am stupid. You can say, I betrayed myself, without saying, I am unworthy. You can say, I should have listened sooner, without turning your healing into punishment. A reflective question. What would change if you spoke to yourself as a woman who was trying to survive, not as a woman who should have known everything sooner? There is a tenderness that becomes possible when you stop judging your past self from the safety of what you now understand. She did not have your current clarity. She had longing. She had fear. She had history. She had hope. She had bills, children, aging parents, work responsibilities, cultural pressure, family expectations, and a private ache she may not have known how to name. She was not weak. She was trying to make love work with the tools she had. But now, perhaps, she is learning something different. She is learning that peace is not the same as silence, that loyalty must include loyalty to herself. that forgiveness does not require renewed access, that missing someone does not mean they were safe. That chemistry is not character. That apology without change is only emotional weather. That love cannot be built on the hope that someone will one day become gentle with your heart. And this learning may not feel powerful at first. It may feel lonely. It may feel like sitting in a room after everyone has left, listening to the hum of your own life and wondering who you are now. But that quiet room matters because for the first time in a long time, no one is asking you to perform comfort while you are bleeding. No one is asking you to be easy. No one is asking you to translate neglect into patience. No one is asking you to abandon your own body just to keep a fragile connection alive. In that quiet room, your soul is saving itself. And maybe the first sign is not happiness. Maybe the first sign is honesty. Maybe you finally admit, I do not want to keep living in emotional uncertainty. Maybe you whisper, I am tired of making excuses for what keeps hurting me. Maybe you say, I can love someone and still choose distance because love without safety is not a home. That sentence may feel heavy. Let it be heavy. Some truths are heavy because they are carrying you out. A deeper truth. Boundaries are not walls built from bitterness. They are doors with wisdom. They decide what may enter, what must knock, and what no longer has permission to live inside you. For a woman who has been emotionally neglected, boundaries can feel unnatural at first. They may even feel mean, especially if you were trained to be understanding before you were allowed to be honest. Especially if you were praised for being low maintenance, forgiving, available, patient, and quiet. But a boundary does not mean you have stopped loving. It means you have stopped disappearing. It means your nervous system is no longer required to sacrifice itself for someone else's comfort. It means your future is not open to the same pattern wearing a different face. It means the woman you are becoming is allowed to ask, does this relationship make room for my dignity? Not just my desire, not just my history, not just my attachment, my dignity. Because desire can pull you backward. History can soften the facts. Attachment can confuse intensity with intimacy. But dignity has a steadier voice. Dignity does not shout. It simply refuses to keep kneeling where it should be standing. And so, on these quiet days, you may not feel like you are rebuilding, but you are. Every time you do not betray what you know, you are rebuilding. Every time you let yourself feel grief without using it as a reason to return, you are rebuilding. Every time you choose rest over emotional chasing, you are rebuilding. Every time you stop calling your needs a burden, you are rebuilding. The soul saves itself in small ways before the life changes visibly. It saves itself when you eat something nourishing after days of losing your appetite. It saves itself when you open the curtains. It saves itself when you stop checking whether they watched your story. It saves itself when you tell one trusted person the truth. It saves itself when you sit in the ache and do not turn it into self-hatred. These moments may look ordinary, but ordinary is where a life returns. Not all healing is dramatic. Some healing is a woman becoming able to live in her own body again without bracing for abandonment. Some healing is her learning to trust the morning. Some healing is her no longer confusing anxiety with love. Some healing is her deciding that the next chapter of her life does not have to be built around being chosen by someone who could not choose with care. And maybe right now, you are not ready to call it freedom. That is okay. Call it breathing. Call it space. Call it the first honest room inside yourself. Call it the quiet day when something in you stopped reaching for the hand that kept letting go. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself. And if today is one of those days, do not despise it. Do not demand that it become a victory speech. Do not force yourself to be radiant. Do not shame yourself because grief still visits. Do not mistake stillness for failure. Let the quiet do its work. Let it gather the pieces of you that were scattered across unanswered questions. Let it return your name to your own mouth. Let it remind you that you are not merely a woman who was left, betrayed, neglected, or unseen. You are also a woman who is still here, and that matters more than you know. There is a particular kind of tiredness that comes after you stop pretending. It is different from ordinary exhaustion. It is not the tiredness that comes from working too many hours or caring for everyone or carrying responsibilities that do not pause just because your heart is broken. This tiredness reaches deeper. It comes when the body finally realizes it no longer has to hold the relationship together with invisible hands. For a long time, you may have been living in a state of emotional alertness, listening for changes in tone, reading small pauses, wondering whether a delayed reply meant distance, punishment, boredom, guilt, or another woman. Replaying conversations while doing dishes, smiling through family gatherings while something inside you kept asking, "What is happening to me?" That kind of vigilance is not love. It is survival wearing the clothes of devotion. And when the relationship ends, or when you finally begin to accept the truth of what it was, your body may not immediately feel relieved. It may feel lost. It may feel restless. It may miss the very uncertainty that was making it sick, not because the pain was good, but because the pain became familiar. This is one of the tenderest and most confusing parts of healing. You can miss what hurt you. You can miss the person and still know they were not safe for your heart. You can miss the routine and still know the routine was costing you peace. You can miss the good moments without rewriting the whole story as good. You can remember warmth without denying the cold. A deeper truth: missing someone is not always a sign that you should return. Sometimes it is simply the nervous system reaching for an old rhythm because silence feels unfamiliar. This is why quiet days can feel so strange. There is no crisis to solve, no argument to prepare for, no emotional puzzle to decode, no message to wait for with your stomach tight. No need to make yourself available to someone who made you feel optional. And without all that noise, you may suddenly feel empty. But perhaps it is not emptiness. Perhaps it is the absence of chaos. And at first, peace can feel like boredom to a woman who has been trained by inconsistency. A steady day can feel suspicious. A quiet phone can feel like rejection. A calm evening can feel like loneliness. Not because calm is wrong, but because your heart has spent too long associating love with emotional disturbance. You may find yourself checking for pain like a tongue checking a missing tooth. Something used to be there, something sharp, something familiar. And now, in its place, there is space. Space can be frightening when you have spent years filling every silence with hope, explanation, or blame. But space is also where truth has room to breathe. There comes a point in healing when the mind stops asking, how could they do this? And begins asking a quieter, more important question. What did I learn to tolerate? And why did I call it love? That question is not meant to shame you. It is meant to return authority to you, because betrayal is not only the act that broke trust. It is the way betrayal rearranges your relationship with reality. It makes you question your memory. It makes you wonder whether your intuition was warning you or whether fear created the warning. It makes you look back at ordinary moments and search them for hidden meanings. The dinner where they seemed distant, the night they turned their phone over, the excuse that did not quite make sense, the sudden tenderness after a season of coldness, the way they made you feel guilty for noticing. After betrayal, the past becomes a room with too many mirrors. Everywhere you look, another version of the story appears. You may feel foolish for trusting, foolish for loving, foolish for not leaving sooner, foolish for believing someone who looked into your eyes and let you feel safe. But trust is not foolish. Trust is part of how a human being loves. The wound is not that you trusted. The wound is that someone accepted your trust without honoring it. A reframing. The shame does not belong to the woman who loves sincerely. It belongs to the person who used sincerity as a place to hide. Still, shame has a way of entering the wrong body. You may carry shame because you think people will judge you. You may imagine them saying, how did she not see it? Or why did she stay? Or she should have known. And perhaps some people do say those things because distance makes judgment easy. People who were not inside your daily tenderness often underestimate the complexity of leaving. They do not know how carefully pain can be braided with affection. They do not know how a woman can be neglected on Monday, comforted on Wednesday, confused on Friday, and hopeful again by Sunday. They do not know how intermittent kindness can keep a heart waiting. They do not know how memory can become a chain. They do not know how frightening it is to dismantle a life you prayed would become stable. So let us be honest without being cruel. You did stay for reasons. Some of those reasons were loving. Some were fearful. Some were practical. Some were rooted in old wounds. Some were tied to hope. Some were tied to the quiet belief that if you could just become easier to love, love would finally become gentle. But now the soul is learning, not loudly, not perfectly, but truthfully, it is learning that love cannot be measured only by how deeply you feel. It must also be measured by what the relationship does to your spirit over time. Does it make you smaller? Does it make you anxious? Does it require you to explain your basic humanity? Does it leave you lonelier than solitude would? These questions are not romantic. They are necessary. A reflective question. What did that relationship ask you to become in order to keep it? Did it ask you to become quiet when you needed honesty? Did it ask you to become available while your own needs went unmet? Did it ask you to laugh off disrespect, normalize emotional distance, forgive without repair, wait without reassurance, or love without reciprocity? And if so, perhaps part of your grief is not only that someone failed to choose you, Perhaps part of your grief is that you were trained to choose yourself last. That is a hard truth. But hard truths can be merciful when they stop the bleeding. Because once you see the pattern, you no longer have to mistake it for destiny. You no longer have to say this always happens to me as if your life is cursed by repetition. You can begin to say, this is a pattern I learned. This is a wound I adapted to. This is a place where my tenderness needs protection. There is dignity in that. Not the kind of dignity that looks proud or polished. The kind that looks like a woman taking her own inner life seriously. The kind that sits beside grief and says, I will not let this make me cruel, but I will not let it make me available to harm either. That balance is not easy. Many women are afraid that if they become honest, they will become hard. They fear that boundaries will make them cold, that discernment will make them suspicious, that choosing themselves will make them selfish. But healing does not have to make you hard. It can make you clearer. There is a difference. Hardness says, I will never feel again. Clarity says, I will not ignore what I feel again. Hardness says, no one can be trusted. Clarity says, trust must be built with consistency, not granted to potential. Hardness says, I do not need anyone. Clarity says, I need love that does not require self-abandonment. A deeper truth. The goal is not to become untouchable. The goal is to become unreachable to what once destroyed your peace. There will be days when you feel strong in the morning and undone by evening. That does not mean you are failing. It means grief has weather. It moves through the body in waves. Some waves come when you are alone. Some come in the grocery store when you pass something you used to buy for them. Some come when a song begins. Some come when you see another couple doing an ordinary thing, walking slowly, choosing fruit, sharing a quiet joke, and you suddenly mourn not the person, but the life you thought you were building. Please understand this. You are not only grieving love, you are grieving architecture. The architecture of a future, the shape of a home, the imagined holidays, the children perhaps, the shared old age, the private language, the everyday rhythm, the person you thought would be beside you when life became difficult. When that collapses, the heart does not simply say, well, now I am free. The heart walks through the ruins and touches what remains. It asks what was real. It asks what can be saved. It asks why it worked so hard to build with someone who was not building with the same devotion. This is why healing deserves patience. You are not being dramatic. You are reorganizing your inner world. A grown woman does not grieve like a teenager losing a fantasy. She grieves with memory, responsibility, history, and consequence. She grieves while still paying bills. She grieves while caring for children. She grieves while answering messages politely. She grieves while her face appears composed and her spirit feels bruised. And often, she grieves privately because she does not want to explain why it still hurts. There can be shame in still hurting, especially when time has passed, especially when others assume you should be over it, especially when the person who hurt you seems to have moved on easily. Especially when life around you continues with such indifference that your pain begins to feel inconvenient. But grief is not a performance with a reasonable deadline. It is a process of the heart adjusting to truth. And truth can take time to enter the rooms where hope used to live. A deeper insight. The length of your healing is not proof of weakness. It may be proof that you loved with depth, bonded with sincerity, and are now carefully removing your soul from a place it once called home. So give yourself permission to be in between, not where you were, not yet where you are going. In between, that middle place can feel undignified because you may not recognize yourself there. You may be calmer one day and resentful the next. You may feel certain at noon and lonely by midnight. You may know you deserve better and still ache for a voice that once felt like home. You may block them and then wonder whether you were too harsh. You may pray for peace and then wake up angry. None of this makes your healing false. It makes it human. There is a wisdom that comes only when you stop demanding that healing look clean. Real healing is often untidy because the heart does not release attachment in straight lines. It releases in layers. First, the fantasy, then the habit, then the hope, then the anger, then the shame. Then the hidden belief that maybe you were not chosen because something in you was unworthy of being chosen. That last layer is delicate because betrayal and neglect can touch old wounds. They can awaken the younger self who already feared she was too much, not enough, too emotional, too complicated, too late, too ordinary, too difficult to keep. And when a grown woman is abandoned, sometimes she is not only reacting from the present, she is carrying every earlier place where love felt conditional, every room where she had to earn softness, every moment she learned to be good, quiet, helpful, beautiful, useful, forgiving, or undemanding in order to receive affection. That is why one person's silence can feel like a verdict. But silence is not always truth. Sometimes silence is simply someone else's limitation. Their inability to love you well is not an official measurement of your worth. Read that slowly. Their inability to love you well is not an official measurement of your worth. A reframing. Rejection can reveal incompatibility, immaturity, fear, selfishness, emotional absence, or a lack of capacity. It does not automatically reveal your value. There is a kind of self-worth that has to be rebuilt after being emotionally neglected. Not the loud kind. Not the kind that announces itself. A quieter kind, the kind that helps you stop auditioning for tenderness, the kind that lets you walk away from mixed signals without needing to prove you were special, the kind that allows you to say, I do not have to be chosen by someone who does not know how to choose with care. This self-worth is not arrogance. It is homecoming. It is the moment a woman begins to live from the inside again. She stops arranging herself around someone else's absence. She stops making his confusion the center of her identity. She stops treating every unanswered question as a command to shrink. She begins, slowly, to ask different questions. What do I need now? What gives me peace? What have I been avoiding? Who am I when I am not waiting? What parts of my life have gone unfed? What does my body know before my mind argues with it? These questions are not small. They are doorways, and on a quiet day, perhaps you do not need to answer all of them. Perhaps you only need to sit with one. Perhaps you only need to notice that your life has been asking for your attention, not his attention, not their explanation, Yours. There may be a house inside you that has been left unattended. A room where your creativity used to live. A room where your friendships grew dusty. A room where your body stopped feeling like a home and started feeling like a container for anxiety. A room where your laughter has been waiting patiently, not gone, just quiet. A room where your faith, whatever shape it takes, has been whispering, "You are still held, even here." Spiritual awareness and healing does not have to be grand. It does not have to turn your pain into a lesson too quickly. Sometimes the most sacred thing is not understanding why it happened. Sometimes it is simply refusing to let what happened turn you against yourself. There is grace in that refusal. Grace is not pretending the damage was small. Grace is not excusing harm. Grace is not spiritualizing neglect until you no longer have permission to be honest. Grace is the quiet mercy that says, I can tell the truth and still remain tender toward my own becoming. A reflective question. Can you let yourself be loved by your own life again, even before another person arrives to love you? Because rebuilding is not only about future romance, it is about your relationship with mornings, with meals, with rest, with money, with your body, with your home, with your work, with the mirror, with your own voice. It is about becoming present to the life that remained after the relationship could not. This may feel modest, but it is profound. You may start by cleaning one corner of a room, not because a clean room fixes heartbreak, but because order can become a gentle signal to the body. We are safe enough to begin. You may start by taking a walk without turning it into self-improvement. You may start by changing the sheets, by deleting a thread, by making an appointment, by telling the truth in a journal, by cooking something simple, by letting silence be silence instead of evidence that you have been forgotten. These acts may not look like transformation from the outside, but they are how a woman returns to herself without spectacle, one small act at a time. She stops living as a reaction to what hurt her. She becomes less available to emotional emergencies that are not hers to solve. She becomes more protective of her peace. She notices who drains her, who steadies her, who only appears when she is useful, and who can sit beside her without demanding performance. This, too, is part of healing, learning the difference between presence and access. Not everyone who wants access to you is capable of presence with you. Access is easy. Presence is costly. Access says, let me in when I want comfort, attention, forgiveness, or reassurance. Presence says, I will meet you with consistency, respect, and care, even when it is not convenient. A deeper truth, love without presence becomes a hallway, not a home. People pass through you, but they do not dwell with care, and you are no longer available to be a hallway. Not because you are angry, because you are learning to be sacred to yourself. Not untouchable, not perfect, not above longing. Sacred in the simple sense that your inner life matters. Your peace matters. Your time matters. Your tenderness matters. Your body matters. Your years matter. Your future matters. And when you understand that, you begin to grieve differently. You still cry, but the tears no longer beg for the past to return unchanged. They begin to cleanse the places where you confused endurance with worth. You still miss, but missing no longer becomes a command. You still remember, but memory no longer has full authority over your choices. That is progress, quiet progress, unseen progress, the kind that does not post itself anywhere, the kind that happens when you close your eyes at night and realize you did not betray yourself today. Maybe you still hurt, but you did not betray yourself. Maybe you still loved, but you did not chase. Maybe you still wondered, but you did not abandon what you know. That is not small. For a woman who has spent years stepping over her own truth to keep someone close, choosing herself for one day is a revolution of the soul. And perhaps tomorrow you will have to choose again. That is all right. Healing is not one brave decision. It is many honest decisions made quietly over time until your life begins to believe you. Until your body believes you will not keep returning it to places where it had to beg for safety. Until your heart believes you will not keep offering it to hands that only held it when convenient. Until your spirit believes you will not keep calling abandonment a misunderstanding. One day, the quiet will stop feeling like punishment. It will feel like room to breathe, room to think, room to remember what you enjoy, room to hear your own voice without the echo of someone else's neglect. Room to become a woman who does not need to be hardened in order to be wise. And when that day comes, it may not arrive with celebration. It may arrive gently. You may be drinking tea. You may be driving. You may be folding towels. You may be sitting in the late afternoon light and suddenly realize that you have not checked, not wondered, not waited, not accused yourself for a few peaceful hours. That moment will be quiet, but it will be holy in the most ordinary way, because something in you will have survived without turning bitter. Something in you will have softened without surrendering its boundaries. Something in you will have learned that dignity can return slowly and still return completely. So on the days when you feel unseen, remember this: the soul does not always save itself by making noise. Sometimes it saves itself by becoming still enough to hear the truth, still enough to stop negotiating with neglect, still enough to grieve what was lost, still enough to gather what remains, still enough to choose the woman who has been waiting beneath all that pain. And she is waiting, not angrily, not accusingly, but patiently. She knows you are tired. She knows you did not mean to leave her behind. And perhaps on this quiet day, you can begin walking back toward her. There is a moment in healing when you stop asking why they could not love you properly, and you begin asking why you work so hard to make improper love feel like enough. That question may arrive softly, not as blame, not as a harsh accusation against yourself, but as a lamp turned on in a room you have avoided for a long time. Because at some point, the heart begins to understand that the deepest wound was not only what they did, it was what you had to become in order to survive what they did. You became patient past the point of peace. You became understanding past the point of honesty. You became loyal past the point of self-respect. You became quiet past the point of dignity. And now, in the aftermath, you may be grieving a version of yourself you cannot return to. The woman who believed easily. The woman who trusted without needing evidence. The woman who made plans with her whole heart The woman who did not know that love could sit at the same table as deception, neglect, or emotional absence. It is painful to lose innocence as an adult. People speak often about heartbreak, but they do not always speak about the grief of becoming wiser through pain you never asked for. There is a sadness in learning what you now know. There is a heaviness in seeing what you once could not see. There is a strange loneliness in realizing that your softness needs guardians now. A deeper truth. Wisdom born from pain does not mean your heart has failed. It means your heart is learning how to protect what remains tender. You may feel changed in ways you do not yet know how to explain. Perhaps you are slower to trust. Perhaps you are quieter around promises. Perhaps words that once comforted you now make you cautious because you have learned that some people can speak beautifully and still live carelessly. Maybe you no longer believe in potential the way you once did. And perhaps that frightens you. You may wonder, am I becoming bitter? Am I closing sound? Am I losing the part of me that loved deeply? But maybe you are not losing your capacity for love. Maybe you are losing your tolerance for confusion. There is a difference. You can remain warm and still become discerning. You can remain compassionate and still require consistency. You can remain forgiving and still refuse to reopen the door. You can remain spiritual and still tell the truth without decorating it until it becomes acceptable to everyone else. Sometimes grown women are praised for enduring quietly. They are told that strength means staying gracious, staying composed, staying loyal, staying above it all. But there is a kind of grace that is really just self-abandonment dressed in gentle language. There is a kind of patience that is really fear of change. There is a kind of forgiveness that is really pressure to erase the evidence before the wound has even stopped bleeding. True grace does not ask you to deny reality. True grace gives you enough mercy to face reality without destroying yourself. A reframing. You do not have to make the story sound softer than it was in order to heal from it. If you were lied to, say you were lied to. If you were neglected, say you were neglected. If you were emotionally abandoned, say you were emotionally abandoned. If you were chosen only when it was convenient, say that. Not to punish them, not to keep yourself chained to anger. But because a woman cannot heal from a wound she keeps renaming to protect the person who caused it, there is dignity in accurate language. For a long time, perhaps you used softer words because the truth felt too final. You said he is busy when he was emotionally unavailable. You said he has trouble expressing himself when he was unwilling to show up. You said we are going through a difficult season when the season had become the climate. You said he loves me in his own way when his way kept leaving you hungry. And maybe he did have wounds. Maybe he did have fears. Maybe he did have a past that shaped him. But his wounds do not cancel yours. His fear does not make your loneliness less real. His difficulty does not turn your deprivation into devotion. A reflective question. How much pain did you excuse because you could understand where it came from? Understanding someone is not the same as being safe with them. You can understand the storm and still need shelter. You can understand the fire and still move your hand away. You can understand why someone became emotionally unavailable and still decide not to build your home inside their absence. This is a mature kind of compassion. It does not require hatred. It does not require revenge. It does not require pretending you never loved them. It simply allows both truths to stand. They may have been wounded and they still wounded you. They may have had reasons and you still have the right to recover. They may not be a monster and the relationship still may have been damaging. That kind of truth can set a woman free because it releases her from the exhausting need to make someone all good or all bad before she is allowed to leave. Some relationships do not end because there was no love. They end because love was not enough to make the relationship safe. That is a grief all its own. Because when there were good moments, your heart will bring them back like witnesses. It will remind you of the softness, the laughter, the late night conversations, the look in their eyes when they seemed present. The day you thought, this is why I stayed. And those memories can shake your resolve. But memories are not the whole truth. They are fragments. They are real, but they are not always complete. A beautiful hour does not erase a pattern. A tender message does not repair chronic neglect. A sudden apology does not become transformation simply because you are tired of hurting. A deeper truth: do not let the best moment become the judge of the whole relationship. Look at the pattern, not the exception. The exception can be intoxicating. The exception is the day they finally listened. The week they became attentive. The message that sounded sincere. The touch that made you feel remembered. The promise that seemed different from all the others. And if you had been starving emotionally, even a small amount of tenderness could feel like a feast. This is not because you were foolish. It is because deprivation changes perception. When a woman has been living on crumbs, she may call a slice of bread a banquet. When she has been carrying coldness for too long, one warm evening can feel like proof that winter is ending. But healing teaches you to stop measuring love by relief. Relief is what you feel when pain pauses. Safety is what you feel when care is consistent. There is a difference. A relationship may give you relief and still never give you safety. It may soothe you after frightening you. It may comfort you after neglecting you. It may pull you close after pushing you away. And if that cycle repeats, the nervous system can become bonded not to peace, but to the moment pain temporarily stops. That is why leaving can feel like withdrawal. You are not weak for struggling. Your body is learning to live without the emotional highs and lows that trained it. Your mind is learning not to chase explanations. Your heart is learning that love should not feel like waiting for the weather to change inside another person. This takes time, and on quiet days, this work may be invisible. No one sees you not reaching out. No one sees you breathing through the urge to check. No one sees you reading the old message and choosing not to reopen the wound. No one sees you preparing a meal while your chest aches. No one sees you practicing life without the person who once occupied so much space in your mind. But the soul sees, and slowly it begins to trust you again. That may be one of the most important parts of healing. Rebuilding trust with yourself. Because betrayal often damages not only your trust in others, but your trust in your own judgment. You may think, how can I trust myself when I chose someone who hurt me? How can I trust my intuition when I ignored it? How can I trust my heart when it still misses someone who mishandled it? But self-trust is not built by never making mistakes. It is built by learning to respond to truth when it arrives. You may not have left the first time something hurt. You may not have understood the pattern immediately. You may have explained too much away, but now you are listening. That matters. A reframing. Self-trust is not the belief that you will always know sooner. It is the promise that when you do know, you will no longer abandon yourself to keep pretending. You can begin there. Begin with small promises. Promises you can keep. I will not call my pain dramatic. I will not chase a person who keeps disappearing. I will not make confusion my home. I will not turn loneliness into a reason to return to harm. I will not punish myself for loving deeply. I will not let shame write the next chapter. These promises may sound quiet, but they are foundations. A woman rebuilding herself does not need to announce her transformation. She needs to become reliable to her own spirit. She needs to show herself day by day that she is no longer willing to be an unsafe place for herself. Because sometimes the most heartbreaking truth is that you became unsafe to yourself while trying to be safe for someone else. You ignored your body. You silenced your knowing. You accepted explanations that did not bring peace. You stayed in conversations where your heart kept shrinking. You apologized for needs that were not unreasonable. You kept opening the door to someone who only entered when they wanted something from you. And now, healing asks you to become a home within yourself again. Not a fortress, a home. A place with windows and locks. A place with warmth and discernment. A place where tenderness can live without being unprotected. A place where love may one day enter, but only with respect. A deeper truth, becoming whole does not mean needing no one. It means no longer needing someone at the cost of yourself. There is no shame in wanting love. Let that be said gently and clearly. There is no shame in wanting to be held. No shame in wanting partnership. No shame in wanting a voice that says, I am here, and means it. No shame in missing companionship, shared meals, a hand on your back, laughter in the kitchen, ordinary affection, the simple relief of being considered. Healing does not require you to pretend you do not desire these things. But it does ask you to stop mistaking longing for instruction. Longing may say, go back. Wisdom may say, be still. Longing may say, maybe this time. Wisdom may say, look at the pattern. Longing may say, I miss him. Wisdom may say, you also missed yourself. Both voices may exist in you at the same time. You are not failing because longing speaks. You are healing when wisdom is allowed to answer. There will be nights when the ache becomes persuasive. Nights when you remember the beginning before everything became complicated. Nights when you wonder whether you are making your life harder by choosing distance. Nights when silence stretches wide and you think, maybe a little contact would help. Be tender with yourself. in those moments. Do not mock your longing. Do not treat it as weakness. Do not hate the part of you that misses connection. That part of you is not your enemy. It is the part that bonded, hoped, attached, imagined, and loved. It needs comfort, not contempt. But comfort is not the same as permission to return. You can tell that part of yourself, I know you miss him. I know you miss what we thought it could become. I know you are tired of being strong. But we are not going back to a place where we had to beg to feel safe. That is how a woman mothers her own heart, not by indulging every ache, not by shaming every ache, but by staying present with it until it passes. A reflective question: can you care for your longing without letting it lead you back into self-abandonment? This is where many women discover a strength they did not know they had. Not the strength to stop feeling, the strength to feel and still choose wisely. There is a holy patience in that. Again, not holy in a loud or performative way, holy in the sense that something sacred is being protected. Your peace, your inner child, your future, your dignity, your ability to trust love without confusing it with pain. You are not just getting over someone. You are interrupting a pattern. And patterns do not always leave because we understand them. Sometimes they leave because we practice a new response again and again, even while the old response still feels natural. So when you do not text back, you are practicing. When you do not explain yourself endlessly, you are practicing. When you rest, instead of chasing closure, you are practicing. When you believe the behavior instead of the promise, you are practicing. When you stop asking a wounded person to become your healer, you are practicing. Every quiet act of self-respect is a rehearsal for a different life. And one day, what now feels like effort will become instinct. One day, you will not have to remind yourself that inconsistency is not intimacy. You will know it in your body. One day, you will not argue with your intuition for hours. You will honor it earlier. One day, you will not confuse anxiety with chemistry. You will recognize peace as something more attractive than intensity. But before that day comes, there may be a season of discomfort. Because peace can feel unfamiliar when chaos has been normalized. You may feel strange around people who are consistent. You may mistrust kindness that does not arrive with a hidden cost. You may find yourself waiting for the shift, the withdrawal, the coldness, the punishment, the disappointment. This is understandable. Your body learned from experience, but slowly it can learn again. A deeper truth. The body that learned fear can also learn safety, but it learns through repeated evidence, not rushed declarations. So do not force yourself to be healed by tomorrow. Let your healing become believable. Let peace show up in small doses. Let safe people prove safe over time. Let your own choices become evidence that you can protect yourself. Let your nervous system discover that not every silence is abandonment. Not every disagreement is danger. Not every boundary will cost you love. And not every ending is a failure. Some endings are protection. Some endings are mercy in painful clothing. Some endings are the soul refusing to keep bleeding in a place where no one is bringing bandages. And even when you did not choose the ending, you can still choose what it means for your becoming. It does not have to mean you were not enough. It does not have to mean you are behind. It does not have to mean your best years are gone. It does not have to mean love is finished for you. It can mean you are being returned to truth, painfully, slowly, honestly, but returned. There is still a life waiting beyond the part of the story that broke your heart. Not a perfect life, not a fantasy life, a real life. One where you no longer confuse being needed with being loved. One where you do not accept emotional absence because someone occasionally offers affection. One where you do not beg to be chosen by someone who enjoys the benefits of your devotion but avoids the responsibility of your heart. That life may not arrive all at once. It may begin with a quiet morning, a clearer boundary, a calmer breath, a deleted photo, a walk you take alone, a friend you finally call, a prayer that contains no performance, only honesty. Help me not leave myself again. Sometimes that is enough. Sometimes the most powerful prayer is not asking for the past to return, but asking for the strength to stop romanticizing what kept hurting you. A reframing. Healing is not the death of love. It is the purification of love from fear. Fear says, hold on, because you may never be loved again. Healing says, let go, because love that requires your erasure is not the only love available to you. Fear says you are too old to start again. Healing says you are too alive to keep living half present. Fear says at least you had someone. Healing says having someone is not the same as being cherished. Fear says, what if this was your last chance? Healing says, a chance that destroys your dignity is not a blessing. These are not easy truths, but they are steady ones. And in this season, steadiness matters more than drama. You do not need to become someone else in order to heal. You do not need to turn your pain into a brand, a performance, a lesson for everyone else, or a mask of constant confidence. You do not need to prove that you are unbothered. You are allowed to be bothered. You were hurt. You were disappointed. You were perhaps deceived. You were perhaps abandoned in ways that were not visible to others. You lost time, hope, trust, and parts of yourself that mattered. Let that be real, but do not let it become the whole of you. There is more to you than what happened in that relationship. There is the woman you were before you learned to wait by the phone. There is the woman who can still become curious about her own life. There is the woman whose laughter has not disappeared, only gone quiet. There is the woman whose wisdom is being formed with care. There is the woman whose tenderness will one day feel safe again because it will no longer be offered without discernment. A deeper truth. You are not starting from nothing. You are starting from experience, from survival, from truth, from a deeper knowledge of what your peace requires. That does not make the path painless, but it makes it meaningful. The quiet days are not empty. They are doing work. They are teaching your spirit that life does not end where disappointment begins. They are giving your body permission to stop bracing. They are letting your mind rest from investigation. They are helping your heart release the fantasy one thread at a time. And yes, some days you may still feel behind. You may look at other women and imagine they are loved better, chosen sooner, healing faster, living cleaner stories. But you do not know the private rooms of another woman's life. You do not know what she has survived. You do not know what her smile is carrying. Comparison will not heal you. It will only make your grief feel ashamed of its own pace. Your path has its own timing. There are flowers that open in the morning and trees that take years before they offer shade. Both are alive. Both are becoming according to their nature. Do not despise slow healing. Slow healing may be the kind that reaches the roots. A reflective question. What if the pace you resent is the pace your soul needs in order to heal honestly, not just appear healed? Because appearing healed can be another form of performance. You can dress well, speak calmly, post beautifully, answer "I'm fine," and still be living around an untouched wound. Real healing is more private. It is what happens when no one is watching. It is the conversation you have with yourself when the old ache rises. It is the decision to stop making excuses. It is the moment you admit that you miss them, but you miss yourself more. That sentence may become a turning point. I miss him, but I miss myself more. Say it gently. Not as a weapon, as a lantern. Because the self you miss is calling you. Not the old self who knew nothing, but the true self who has been waiting beneath the adaptations. She may be more careful now, more discerning, less impressed by words, more attentive to peace. But she is still capable of beauty, still capable of warmth, still capable of love. Only now she is learning to include herself in the love she gives. And that inclusion changes everything. It changes how you answer messages. It changes how quickly you forgive. It changes what you call chemistry. It changes what you tolerate in the name of history. It changes how you interpret silence. It changes the kind of apology you accept. It changes the future you are willing to build. You begin to understand that you can be compassionate without being available. You can wish someone healing without offering them access to your life. You can remember the good without returning to the harm. You can forgive and still decide that distance is the only place where your spirit can breathe. That is not cruelty. That is wisdom with clean hands. A deeper truth. Forgiveness may release the debt, but boundaries decide whether the pattern gets another room in your life. There may come a day when they reach out, perhaps with regret, perhaps with loneliness, perhaps with words you once prayed to hear. And in that moment, you may feel the old door inside you tremble. Be careful. Not fearful, careful. Ask yourself, is this repair or is this repetition with softer language? Repair takes responsibility. Repair does not rush your trust. Repair does not ask you to forget so they can feel comfortable. Repair does not make your pain an inconvenience. Repair does not use nostalgia to avoid accountability. Repair does not become tender only when access is at risk. Repetition often sounds emotional, but it remains vague. It says, I miss you, but not. I understand what I did. It says, I am sorry, but not. Here is what I am changing. It says, can we talk? But not. I am prepared to listen without defending myself. You do not have to be suspicious of every apology, but you are allowed to be discerning. A woman who has survived emotional neglect must learn to listen not only to words, but to structure. What has changed? What is being repaired? What pattern is being interrupted? What responsibility is being carried? What respect is being shown for your pace, your pain, your boundaries? Love is not proven by intensity in a moment. It is proven by integrity over time. And if someone cannot respect the boundary that protects your healing, they are not ready to be trusted with the heart that boundary is guarding. Let that be enough information. On quiet days, your soul is learning to stop confusing pressure with love. It is learning that someone's urgency does not have to become your emergency. It is learning that a familiar voice is not always a safe voice. It is learning that you can pause before responding. You can ask yourself what you truly want. You can notice whether your body tightens or softens. You can let wisdom answer before loneliness does. This is how dignity returns, not in a dramatic speech, in the pause, in the breath, in the decision not to abandon yourself for the comfort of being wanted again. Because being wanted is not always the same as being valued. Some people want access to your warmth, but not responsibility for your heart. Some people want your forgiveness, but not your truth. Some people want your presence because it comforts them, not because they are prepared to honor you. And the quiet days teach you to tell the difference. A reflective question. When someone returns, are they returning to love you better, or returning because the life they chose without you became uncomfortable? That question may protect you, not from love, from repetition. And you deserve protection from repetition. You deserve a love that does not require constant interpretation. You deserve conversations where honesty does not cost you affection. You deserve consistency that does not arrive only after you are exhausted. You deserve tenderness that does not make you wonder what it will cost tomorrow. But before another person offers that, you can begin offering pieces of it to yourself. Speak honestly to yourself. Keep promises to yourself. Stop making your pain audition for legitimacy. Give your body rest. Let your home become peaceful. Let your friendships receive more of you. Let your life widen beyond the narrow hallway of waiting. This is not easy when grief has made your world small. But slowly, the world can widen, one ordinary choice at a time. The book you begin, the walk you take, the appointment you make, the meal you prepare, the class you consider, the room you rearrange, the song you play without crying one day, the morning you wake and feel, even for a moment, that your life belongs to you again. Do not overlook these signs. They are small lights along the path. And if today has no light, then let today be a day of resting in the dark without calling the dark your destiny. Even darkness can be a place of repair. Seeds do not grow in constant exposure. They grow hidden beneath the soil, in quiet, in pressure, in a darkness that looks like nothing from above, but is full of invisible becoming. Maybe that is what this season is. Not the end of you, the hidden place where your roots are learning to reach deeper than the wound. So if no one sees your progress today, let that be all right. If all you did was not go back, that counts. If all you did was cry and tell yourself the truth, that counts. If all you did was make it through the hour without begging for someone's attention, that counts. If all you did was breathe through the ache and choose not to shame yourself, that counts. Quiet survival is still survival. Quiet healing is still healing. And quiet dignity is still dignity. One day, You may look back at these quiet days and realize they were not empty at all. They were the days when your soul gathered its scattered pieces. The days when your body learned the difference between longing and danger. The days when your heart stopped confusing being chosen occasionally with being loved consistently. The days when you came home, slowly, softly, without applause. But truly, there are seasons when a woman does not need more advice. She needs permission to stop arguing with what she already knows. Because by the time a grown woman begins to heal from betrayal, neglect, or emotional abandonment, she is often not confused because there was no evidence. She is confused because the evidence was mixed with attachment. The truth was not absent. It was simply surrounded by hope, memory, fear, responsibility, and the ache of having already given so much. She knew something felt wrong. Maybe she knew it in her body before she could explain it in words. A heaviness in her chest when the phone went silent. A tightening in her stomach when a story did not make sense. A small shrinking in her spirit when she asked for tenderness and received irritation. A loneliness that felt sharper because it happened beside someone, not without them. And still, she waited. Not because she had no dignity, because she had love, because she had history, because she had a dream that was not easy to bury, a deeper truth. Sometimes denial is not blindness. Sometimes denial is the mind giving the heart more time to accept what would break it too quickly. So do not shame yourself for the time it took you to see clearly. There are truths the heart cannot receive all at once. It receives them in pieces. One disappointment at a time, one lonely evening at a time, one unanswered need at a time, one moment of quiet humiliation at a time, until finally something inside you stops defending the pattern. You may not even know the exact moment it happened. Maybe it was not the worst thing they did. Maybe it was not the argument, the betrayal, the lie, the silence, or the moment they disappeared emotionally. Maybe it was something smaller. Maybe they looked at you with indifference while you were trying to explain your pain. Maybe they sighed when you needed care. Maybe they made your heart feel like an inconvenience. And something in you became still, not because you stopped loving, because you stopped believing that love should require so much self-erasure. That stillness may have frightened you. You may have mistaken it for numbness, but perhaps it was your soul stepping back from the fire. Perhaps it was the first act of protection after years of standing too close to what kept burning you. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself by no longer rushing to repair what someone else keeps breaking. That is a different kind of strength, not the strength that argues, not the strength that proves, not the strength that begs to be understood, the strength that stops participating in its own diminishment. This is where grief becomes complicated, because you may still feel love. You may still remember the good. You may still understand parts of them. You may still wish the story had ended differently. And because of that, you may wonder whether choosing yourself is betrayal. But choosing yourself is not betrayal. It is correction. It is the restoration of an order that pain disturbed. Because somewhere along the way, perhaps without noticing, you allowed someone else's comfort to become more important than your own emotional safety. You allowed their wounds to become more urgent than yours. You allowed their fear of responsibility to become a reason for your continued suffering. And now your spirit is trying to set things back in place. A reframing. You are not becoming selfish. You are returning to the rightful understanding that your life also belongs to you. That can be hard for women who were taught to love by enduring. Many women were praised for being strong long before they were protected. They learned to be the dependable one, the forgiving one, the one who understands, the one who does not make trouble, the one who can hold a family together with tired hands and a quiet face. They learned to read the room, to soften the truth, to carry more than their share, to call exhaustion maturity. And then when they finally say, I cannot keep doing this, they feel guilty. Because rest feels like rebellion when self-abandonment has been your normal. But hear this gently. A relationship that survives only when you silence yourself is not being preserved by love. It is being preserved by your disappearance. And you were not created merely to disappear elegantly. You were not placed in this life to become a convenient woman for someone who does not want the responsibility of loving you well. Your tenderness is not an unlimited resource for emotionally careless hands. Your patience is not a bridge for someone who keeps walking away and expecting it to remain. There is a point where patience becomes participation in your own wounding. Not because patience is wrong, but because patience without truth becomes captivity. A reflective question. Where in your life have you been calling captivity commitment? That question may feel heavy, but it can also become a key, because once you see the difference, you begin to understand that real commitment does not require the death of your inner voice. Real commitment makes space for repair. It includes accountability. It listens when pain speaks. It does not punish honesty. It does not ask one person to carry the emotional weight of two. If you were the only one trying to understand, the only one adapting, the only one apologizing, the only one studying the relationship like a fragile map, then perhaps what exhausted you was not love itself. Perhaps what exhausted you was emotional overfunctioning. You were doing the work of staying connected to someone who kept becoming unavailable. You reached, you explained, you softened, you waited, you hoped, you forgave. You tried a different tone. You tried silence. You tried patience. You tried prayer. You tried being less affected. You tried being more attractive, more peaceful, more understanding, more independent, more easygoing. And after all that trying, you may have looked at yourself and wondered why you felt so empty. Because a woman cannot keep pouring herself into a relationship that gives little back and expect not to become hollow. This is not weakness. It is the natural result of emotional imbalance. A deeper truth. Love must have circulation. If care only flows one way, the heart eventually becomes exhausted from being both giver and receiver. You were not meant to be the entire emotional ecosystem of a relationship. You were not meant to be the warmth, the repair, the forgiveness, the hope, the patience, the interpretation, the bridge, and the shelter, while someone else simply arrived when convenient. That is not partnership. That is emotional labor disguised as romance. And when you finally stop doing that labor, there may be silence. A silence that reveals what was only standing because you held it up. A silence that shows you how little effort the other person was willing to make when you stopped carrying the connection. That silence can hurt deeply, but it can also tell the truth. Sometimes, when you stop reaching, the relationship does not come closer. It disappears. And that disappearance may break your heart, but it also answers a question. Was there mutual devotion? Was there genuine pursuit? Was there enough respect to repair? Was there love that could stand without your constant effort? If the answer is painful, let it be painful, but do not turn away from it. Painful truth is still safer than comforting illusion, because illusion keeps you waiting for a version of love that never arrives. Truth, even when it aches, allows you to begin a reframing. Silence from someone you stopped chasing is not always rejection. Sometimes it is revelation. It reveals the structure. It reveals the imbalance. It reveals who was carrying the weight. It reveals what happens when you no longer abandon yourself to keep the door open. And yes, that revelation can feel humiliating. You may think, was I the only one holding on? Did I imagine the depth? Did it mean less to them than it meant to me? These questions can cut into places you thought were healing. They can make you feel exposed, foolish, even replaceable. But their lack of pursuit does not make your love imaginary. It only shows the difference between your capacity and theirs. You had the capacity to attach, to care, to dream, to invest, to remember, to fight for the connection. They may have had moments of affection, but not the maturity to sustain care. They may have enjoyed being loved by you more than they understood how to love you in return. That distinction matters, because if you confuse their lack of capacity with your lack of worth, you will carry a burden that was never yours. Some people do not know how to love beyond what benefits them. Some people enjoy closeness until closeness requires responsibility. Some people want the comfort of being adored without the discipline of being present. Some people are moved by your pain only when it threatens their access to you. This is painful to acknowledge, but acknowledging it can protect your future. A reflective question. Did they love you, or did they love what your love made available to them? The answer may not be simple. Human beings are rarely simple, but your body may know more than your fear wants to admit. Did you feel cherished or used for emotional comfort? Did you feel known or managed? Did you feel safe or repeatedly unsettled? Did you feel like a partner or like a place someone came to rest without caring for the home they entered? There's no need to rush the answer. Let it come with honesty, because healing requires you to stop romanticizing access. Just because someone came close to you does not mean they honored you. Just because someone returned does not mean they loved you well. Just because someone desired you does not mean they valued your whole life. A woman can be wanted and still not be respected. A woman can be missed and still not be chosen. A woman can be touched and still not be held. And it takes a mature heart to stop accepting fragments as proof of devotion. That maturity may feel like loss at first. It may feel like the death of innocence, but it is also the birth of discernment. You are learning not to hand the deepest parts of yourself to someone simply because they know how to awaken your longing. You are learning that emotional intensity is not the same as emotional safety. And slowly the soul begins to save itself by refusing to confuse a spark with a sanctuary. There is a kind of love that feels exciting because it is unpredictable. It keeps you alert. It makes every small sign feel meaningful. A reply becomes relief. A compliment becomes hope. A kind evening becomes evidence. And before you know it, your inner world begins orbiting around someone else's inconsistency. That is not peace. That is emotional suspense. And suspense can become addictive when stability has felt rare. But a woman who is healing begins to develop a taste for steadiness. At first, steadiness may feel too plain, too simple, too quiet. It may not create the same rush. It may not make her heart race with uncertainty. But over time, she begins to notice that steadiness lets her breathe. She does not have to earn it. She does not have to decode it. She does not have to perform for it. She does not have to lose sleep wondering whether it will disappear by morning. A deeper truth. Peace may not impress the wounded parts of you at first, but it will nourish the healed parts you are becoming. That is why this quiet season matters. It is recalibrating your understanding of love. It is teaching you that affection is not enough without respect. Chemistry is not enough without character. History is not enough without repair. Apology is not enough without change. Longing is not enough without safety. These lessons may feel expensive because they cost you a dream, but they are not meant to punish you. They are meant to prepare you for a life where your heart is not constantly at war with your dignity. Imagine, for a moment, a love where you do not have to become smaller to be kept. A love where your honesty does not start a punishment. A love where your tears are not treated as manipulation. A love where your needs do not become evidence against you. A love where repair happens without begging. A love where tenderness is ordinary, not rare. A love where your nervous system can finally exhale. Now ask yourself, why should such love feel impossible for you? Not guaranteed tomorrow, not owed by a particular person, not something to chase desperately, but possible. Why should your future be limited to the emotional capacity of someone who could not meet you with care? There is a world beyond the person who did not choose you fully. At first, that world may feel empty because your grief is still standing at the door, looking backward. But slowly, as your eyes adjust, you may find there is space there. Space for friendships you neglected. Space for creativity. Space for health. Space for your own laughter. Space for your own spiritual life. Space for a kind of love that does not ask you to betray yourself as proof of devotion. This is not a fantasy. It is a possibility that begins with one quiet refusal. I will not keep building my life around someone else's emotional absence. That refusal may tremble when you say it. Let it tremble. A trembling boundary is still a boundary. You do not have to feel strong in order to choose wisely. Sometimes you choose wisely while crying. Sometimes you protect yourself while missing them. Sometimes you block the number with shaking hands. Sometimes you leave the room before your voice becomes steady. Sometimes you choose dignity before it feels natural. That counts. A deeper truth. Courage does not always feel like confidence. Sometimes courage feels like grief moving in the right direction. And the right direction may be away from what kept wounding you. Away from the waiting, away from the emotional crumbs, away from the endless explaining, away from the version of yourself who believed she had to be easier to love, toward quiet, toward truth, toward rest, toward a life that can hold your whole self. There may be people who do not understand your decision. They may say you are too sensitive, too unforgiving, too proud, too late, too emotional. They may tell you to give it another chance. They may only remember the charming parts of the person who hurt you. They may not have seen the private erosion. Do not hand your truth to people who only know the public version of your pain. Some wounds are not visible from outside the house. Only you know what it felt like to sit across from someone whose body was present but whose care had left the room. Only you know the private negotiations you made with yourself. Only you know how often your spirit asked for relief. Only you know what it costs to keep hoping. You do not need a committee to approve your healing. You do not need a witness list for your boundaries. You do not need to explain every detail to be allowed to recover. A reframing. Privacy is not secrecy. Sometimes privacy is protection for a healing process that is too sacred to be handled by careless opinions. Let some parts of your healing remain between you, God, your own conscience, and the few people who can hold truth without turning it into gossip or judgment. Not everyone deserves the full story, and not every question requires an answer. There is dignity in saying, "It was painful, and I am choosing peace now." There is dignity in not defending your pain to people committed to misunderstanding it. There is dignity in refusing to turn your heartbreak into a public trial just to prove you are not the villain. Because sometimes, after betrayal, the world wants a neat story. Who was right? Who was wrong? What happened? Why did it end? Did she overreact? Did he mean it? Was there someone else? But your soul may be too tired for courtroom living. You do not have to narrate your wound for public consumption. Your responsibility is not to perform innocence. Your responsibility is to heal with integrity. That means telling yourself the truth, taking responsibility where it is yours, releasing responsibility where it is not, making amends if you need to, refusing to carry shame that belongs elsewhere, letting grief move without becoming cruel, letting wisdom grow without becoming cold. This is mature healing. It is not dramatic. It is not interested in revenge. It does not need the other person to be destroyed in order for you to be free. It simply says, I want my life back, and I will not lose myself trying to make someone else admit what happened. A reflective question. What would it feel like to stop waiting for them to understand before you allow yourself to be free? Maybe freedom begins there, not in their apology, not in their confession, not in their regret, not in the day they finally realize your worth, but in the day you stop needing their realization as proof. Your worth was never meant to depend on the emotional awakening of someone who slept through your pain. Let that settle. Your worth was there when they ignored it. Your worth was there when they mishandled it. Your worth was there when they chose poorly. Your worth was there when you forgot to protect it. Your worth is here now, even while you are still learning how to live from it. This is why the quiet days matter. They are teaching you to exist without constant external confirmation. They are showing you that your value does not disappear just because someone failed to honor it. They are helping you rebuild an inner witness, a voice inside you that can say, I know what I lived. I know what I felt. I know what I need. I do not have to betray myself to make the story more comfortable. That inner witness is precious. Protect it, because for a long time, perhaps you were talked out of your own knowing. Maybe not through obvious cruelty, but through subtle dismissal. You're overthinking. You're too emotional. It's not that serious. You always make things difficult. I already said I was sorry. Why? Can't you just move on? Words like that can make a woman distrust her own perception. They can turn her into a stranger inside her own mind. And healing may require you to say, slowly, repeatedly, my perception matters. My pain matters. My memory matters. My body's response matters. My peace matters. Not every feeling is a fact, but every feeling is information. And information deserves attention. A deeper truth. Emotional maturity is not ignoring your feelings. It is listening to them carefully without letting fear distort the whole room. So listen carefully. When your body tightens around someone, ask why. When your peace disappears after a conversation, notice it. When you feel small after asking for something reasonable, pay attention. When you feel the urge to apologize for having needs, pause. These are not random details. They are signals. A woman returning to herself must become fluent in her own signals again. She must learn the language of her body, her spirit, her boundaries, her fatigue. She must stop treating her discomfort as a flaw and start asking what it is trying to protect. Sometimes discomfort is fear from the past, but sometimes discomfort is wisdom in the present. The work is to learn the difference, and that work cannot be rushed. On quiet days, you practice. You practice not filling the silence with old habits. You practice not seeking comfort from the source of confusion. You practice telling the truth without collapsing under it. You practice letting loneliness be a feeling, not an instruction. This is important. Loneliness is not an emergency. It feels urgent. It can ache. It can pull at the edges of your resolve. But loneliness does not mean you are unsafe. It does not mean you made the wrong decision. It does not mean you should reopen a door just because the room feels empty. Loneliness is a visitor. Do not let it become a landlord. Let it come. Let it sit. Let it teach you what parts of your life need warmth. Let it show you where connection is needed. Let it remind you that you are human, but do not let it sign agreements on behalf of your future. A reframing. Loneliness is not proof that you need the person who hurt you. It may be proof that you need more life around the place where they used to stand. More honest friendship, more rest, more creative expression, more spiritual steadiness, more movement, more sunlight, more places where you are not performing, more spaces where your nervous system can remember ease, and perhaps more tenderness from yourself. Because there may be moments when you are harder on yourself than anyone else has been. You may replay your choices with a cruelty you would never use toward a woman you love. You may call yourself foolish for trusting, pathetic for missing, weak for crying, late for starting over. Please stop speaking to your wounded places like they are enemies. They are not enemies. They are parts of you that carried too much for too long. They need truth, yes, but truth with mercy. You can hold yourself accountable without humiliating yourself. You can learn from the past without living under its punishment. You can become wiser without making your younger self a villain. A deeper truth? Healing requires a discipline of gentleness because shame will always try to disguise itself as self-improvement. Shame says, you should have known. Gentleness says, now you know, and we will honor what we know. Shame says, you wasted your years. Gentleness says, you survived those years, and now we will live more honestly. Shame says, no one will choose you now. Gentleness says, I am choosing myself now, and that is where a different life begins. Shame says, you are behind. Gentleness says, my life is not a race against another woman's timeline. Let gentleness answer shame again and again, especially on quiet days, because quiet days can make old thoughts loud. Without the distraction of drama, your mind may return to old fears. Fear of aging alone, fear of being judged, fear of having lost too much time, fear of never trusting again, fear of wanting love so badly that you will choose wrong again. These fears deserve compassion but not leadership. They may sit at the table. They do not get to drive the car. You are allowed to make choices from wisdom, not panic. This becomes especially important when starting over feels frightening. Starting over after 30, 40, 50 or beyond is not the same as starting over when life feels untouched. You may carry more history now, more responsibilities, more awareness of time, more tenderness around your body, your dreams, your family, your finances, your faith, your future. Starting over can feel less like an adventure and more like standing in a room full of broken furniture, wondering what can still be used. But maybe starting over is not the right phrase. Maybe you are not starting over. Maybe you are continuing with more truth. You are not the woman you were before the pain. You are not untouched, but you are not ruined. You are a woman with evidence, with discernment, with deeper compassion, with a clearer understanding of what peace costs and what chaos steals. You are not beginning from emptiness. You are beginning from earned wisdom, a reflective question. What if this is not the end of your story, but the end of betraying yourself inside it? That question can become a doorway because there is still life ahead of you. Not the exact life you planned, perhaps. Not the timeline you imagined. Not the version that once comforted you. But a life can still be beautiful after it has been interrupted. Beauty after pain may look different. It may be quieter, more honest, less performative, less dependent on being chosen, more rooted in peace, more careful with access, more grateful for small mercies, and perhaps more real. You may become the kind of woman who no longer mistakes attention for intention, the kind who waits to see whether words become habits, the kind who understands that a good feeling is not enough evidence, the kind who does not hand her whole heart to potential, the kind who can love deeply without leaving herself unguarded. That is not a loss of romance. That is the maturation of love. Young Pain often asks, do they want me? Mature wisdom asks, can they care for what they want? That question changes everything because being wanted can happen quickly. Being cared for requires character. Being pursued can feel flattering. Being honored requires integrity. Being missed can feel powerful. Being chosen consistently requires maturity. Do not settle for the emotional appearance of love when the substance is missing. You are old enough now, wise enough now, tender enough now to want substance. A deeper truth. The next love of your life should not require you to abandon the life inside you. And until such love is present, solitude can become a place of restoration, not punishment. Solitude is not the same as isolation. Isolation says, I am cut off. Solitude says, I am returning. Isolation feels like abandonment. Solitude can become sanctuary. Isolation makes you disappear. Solitude helps you hear yourself again. On quiet days, solitude may begin awkwardly. You may not know what to do with yourself when you are not managing someone else's mood. You may feel uneasy when no one needs you urgently. You may discover how much of your identity was built around being necessary. Let that discovery be gentle. You are more than useful. You are more than the emotional caretaker, more than the patient one, more than the woman who understands everyone, more than the one who keeps forgiving, more than the one who can make a home out of very little. You deserve to receive too, not just give, not just hold, not just understand, receive. Kare. Consistency, tenderness, consideration, respect. And while you are learning to receive from others again, begin by receiving from your own life. Receive the quiet morning. Receive the clean sheets. Receive the friend who checks on you. Receive the meal you prepared. Receive the breath that comes easier than yesterday. Receive the fact that you made it through another day without becoming cruel to yourself. These small receipts matter. They teach the soul that goodness still exists, not as a grand promise, as daily evidence. And daily evidence is how trust is rebuilt. A woman who has been betrayed does not need to force herself to trust the world all at once. She can begin by trusting one honest moment, one safe person, one kept promise, one boundary that holds, one morning where the pain is present but not ruling. This is how healing becomes embodied, not through speeches, through repeated safety. The soul saves itself by gathering evidence that life can be lived without constant fear. One day your body may stop bracing when the phone is quiet. One day the absence of drama may feel like peace instead of abandonment. One day you may hear their name and feel sadness without collapse. One day you may remember the good without reaching for the past. One day you may wish them well from a distance and mean both parts, the wish and the distance. That day may come slowly. Let it. There is no need to drag yourself into healing faster than your truth can walk. For now, maybe the work is simple. Tell the truth. Do not go back to what keeps breaking you. Rest when the grief becomes heavy. Let your body eat. Let your room breathe. Let one trustworthy person know when the night is hard. Let your own heart be a place where honesty is welcome. And when shame begins to whisper that you should be further along, answer with tenderness. I am not late. I am healing honestly. Say it again. I am not late. I am healing honestly. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself, not by becoming impressive, not by looking healed, not by proving strength, but by choosing in hidden ways not to abandon the woman who remained. And she remains even now under the grief, under the lost years, under the fear of starting over, under the memories that still visit, under the shame that tries to misname her. She remains. And on these quiet days, she is not asking you to become fearless. She is asking you to come back, to sit beside her, to listen, to stop calling her needs too much, to stop handing her over to people who do not know how to hold her, to stop making her pay for someone else's lack of love. She is asking for your loyalty, the kind you gave away so freely, the kind you now deserve to give yourself. There's a quiet kind of grief that comes when you finally stop making excuses. At first, excuses can feel like mercy. They soften the sharp edges of reality. They give the heart somewhere to rest when the truth feels too severe. They say, maybe he was overwhelmed. Maybe he did not mean it. Maybe he loves differently. Maybe I asked at the wrong time. Maybe if I had been calmer, prettier, easier, more patient, more understanding, he would have stayed present. Excuses often begin as protection. They keep the dream alive a little longer. But after a while, the same excuses that protect the dream begin to injure the woman carrying it. Because every excuse you make for someone else's emotional absence can become an accusation against yourself. If he is only overwhelmed, then perhaps you are too demanding. If he only loves differently, perhaps you are too needy. If he did not mean to hurt you, perhaps you are wrong for feeling hurt. And slowly, without noticing, you begin defending the very pattern that is breaking you. A deeper truth. When you constantly explain away someone else's neglect, you often end up explaining away your own pain. This is why clarity can feel cruel before it feels freeing. The day you stop excusing the behavior, you may feel the full weight of what you endured, the silences you swallowed, the affection you waited for, the loneliness you normalized, the small humiliations you dressed in reasonable language because the truth felt too embarrassing to say out loud. You may think, how did I accept so little? You may think, why did I keep hoping? You may think, how much of myself did I trade for the possibility of being loved? Be careful in that moment. The mind may try to turn clarity into punishment. But clarity is not given to you so you can beat yourself with it. Clarity is given so you can stop bleeding in the same place. You did not know then what you know now in the same way you know it now. Maybe you had suspicions. Maybe your body whispered. Maybe your friend saw pieces of it. Maybe your spirit tried to get your attention. But there's a difference between sensing the truth and being ready to live according to it. Readiness has its own timing. And sometimes a woman does not leave when the first wound appears because she is still trying to understand whether the wound was accidental, temporary, repairable, or part of a pattern. That is not foolish. That is human. Love does not always walk away at the first sign of pain. Mature love tries to discern, but discernment must eventually tell the truth. A reflective question. Are you still calling it confusion because accepting the answer would require you to change your life? That question is tender, but necessary, because sometimes confusion is genuine. And sometimes confusion is grief delaying obedience to reality. Not obedience to another person, not obedience to fear, obedience to what your own life has been trying to show you. A relationship that repeatedly costs you your peace is telling you something. A person who only becomes attentive when you are pulling away is telling you something. A pattern of apology without change is telling you something. A love that makes you feel alone inside your own tenderness is telling you something. And quiet days are often when you can finally hear it. When the noise settles, the soul begins to remember what the body never forgot. You may remember the first moment you felt yourself shrink, the first time you edited your truth before speaking, the first time you accepted less and told yourself it was enough, the first time you laughed while your heart was asking to cry, the first time you felt invisible beside someone who claimed to love you. These memories may return not to torture you, but to gather the fragments. They help you see the whole picture, not just the romantic highlights, not just the tender scenes, not just the moments that made staying feel reasonable. The whole picture, the pattern, the cost, the emotional weather you lived under. The version of yourself that kept disappearing so the relationship could continue. A deeper truth. You cannot rebuild your life around selected memories. You have to honor the whole truth, even the parts that ache. This does not mean you must hate them. Hatred is not required for healing. You can release someone without turning them into a monster. You can acknowledge harm without making cruelty your new language. You can say they were limited and also say their limitations wounded me. You can say there were good moments and also say the good moments did not make the relationship safe. This balance is difficult because the heart often wants simplicity. It wants to say they were all bad, so leaving feels easier. Or it wants to say they were all good, so staying feels justified. But mature healing often lives in the more complicated middle. It says, some of it was beautiful, some of it was painful, and I cannot use the beautiful parts to keep denying the painful ones. That is not bitterness. That is integration. And integration is how the soul stops splitting itself in two. For too long, perhaps one part of you knew the truth, while another part kept defending the dream. One part felt the wound, while another part made excuses. One part wanted to leave, while another part feared the loneliness that would follow. One part remembered your dignity, while another part feared that dignity would cost you the relationship. Healing brings those parts into conversation. It says to the hopeful part, I understand why you waited. It says to the wounded part, I believe you. It says to the ashamed part, you are not disgusting for having loved. It says to the fearful part, we can survive the silence. It says to the wise part, you may lead now. This inner conversation is quiet work. No one may see it, but it changes everything. A reframing. Healing is not forcing yourself to stop loving. It is allowing wisdom to become stronger than attachment. Attachment may still reach. Wisdom may still pull your hand back gently. Attachment may remember the good. Wisdom may remember the pattern. Attachment may whisper, maybe one more time. Wisdom may answer, not at the cost of ourselves. This is how you return to your own center, not by becoming emotionless, but by becoming governed by truth. There's a kind of woman who has spent years being praised for her emotional generosity. She gives chances. She listens. She sees potential. She understands pain. She can explain why someone behaves the way they do. She can identify childhood wounds, fear of intimacy, stress, insecurity, avoidant tendencies, pride, shame, grief, trauma. She can understand everything, but sometimes understanding becomes a room she never leaves. She understands him so deeply that she stops understanding herself. She understands his distance, but not her loneliness. She understands his fear, but not her exhaustion. She understands his silence, but not her own need to be heard. She understands his wounds, but not the wounds forming inside her from staying. A deeper truth: compassion without self-inclusion becomes self-neglect. You are allowed to include yourself in the circle of compassion. Your younger self, your tired body, your anxious nights, your womanhood, your aging, your dreams, your future, your spirit, your need for tenderness, your need for consistency, your need for truth. These are not inconveniences. They are part of your humanity. A reflective question: when you offer compassion, do you leave yourself outside the door? If you do, healing will feel like betrayal at first, because you have been trained to believe love means prioritizing the wound of the other person over the wound inside you. But true love does not demand that your pain become invisible. True love can hold two realities. Their pain may be real. Your pain is real too. Their history may explain some things. Your present still matters. Their limitations may be understandable. Your boundaries are still necessary. You can pray for someone and still not answer the phone. You can wish them healing and still keep your distance. You can forgive them in your heart and still refuse to give them another opportunity to repeat the same pattern. This is not contradiction. This is maturity, because forgiveness is not the same as re-entry. Grace is not the same as access. Peace is not the same as pretending nothing happened. There are women who remain trapped because they confuse tenderness with permission. They think, if I no longer hate him, maybe I should let him back. But hatred was never the standard. Safety is the standard. Integrity is the standard. Change behavior is the standard. Respect for your healing is the standard. If those are missing, your softness does not need to become an open door. A deeper truth: a healed heart can be soft and still locked where wisdom requires it. There is dignity in not reopening what has already cost you too much. There is dignity in letting some stories remain closed even if the ending was not beautiful. There is dignity in refusing to audition for closure from someone who kept withholding honesty. There is dignity in saying, I do not need one more conversation to understand a pattern I have lived through many times. Sometimes one more conversation is not closure. Sometimes it is a doorway back into confusion. You know the tone. You know the apology that almost sounds complete but somehow still leaves you responsible for comforting them. You know the conversation where you begin with your pain and end by reassuring them. You know the way your boundaries become negotiable when they sound wounded. You know the softness in you that wants to believe every emotional sentence. Do not despise that softness, but do not leave it unguarded. Your softness is beautiful, but it needs leadership. It needs the older, wiser part of you to say, we can feel compassion without returning. We can hear regret without surrendering discernment. We can miss someone without rebuilding the bridge. This is how the soul saves itself. Not by rejecting love, by refusing counterfeit peace. Counterfeit peace says, at least the conflict is over because I stopped asking for what I need. Real peace says, my needs are allowed to exist without fear. Counterfeit peace says, at least he stayed. Real peace says, I do not want to be kept by someone who resents the responsibility of care. Counterfeit peace says, at least I am not alone. Real peace says, I would rather be alone than abandoned beside someone. That last sentence may feel sharp, but some truths are sharp because they cut the rope around your neck. A reflective question. Were you truly less alone with them, or were you just less visibly alone? Many women fear solitude because they think it confirms rejection. But there is a loneliness worse than being alone. It is the loneliness of reaching across a relationship and finding no one emotionally there. It is the loneliness of sleeping beside distance. It is the loneliness of celebrating good news with someone who barely looks up. It is the loneliness of carrying a heartbreak inside a connection that everyone else thinks is intact. That kind of loneliness can make a woman disappear from herself. Solitude, at least, can become honest. In solitude, you do not have to pretend the warmth is enough when it is not. You do not have to perform being chosen. You do not have to reduce your sentences until they are small enough not to disturb anyone. You do not have to keep your grief polite. You can be real, and being real is the beginning of coming home. Maybe your homecoming begins with admitting, I was lonely there. Not angrily, not dramatically, just truthfully. I was lonely there. I was unseen there. I was waiting there. I was becoming someone I did not recognize there. Those sentences may open something inside you. They may let grief move because the body relaxes when it no longer has to lie. A deeper truth. Honesty may hurt at first, but pretending hurts longer. Pretending requires constant maintenance. You have to explain away the coldness. You have to curate the story. You have to convince yourself that the crumbs are enough. You have to silence the inner witness. You have to smile when your soul is trying to speak. Honesty may break your heart for a season, but pretending breaks your spirit slowly. And you are allowed to choose the heartbreak that leads to freedom over the comfort that keeps you captive. This is not easy. There will be days when the comfort calls to you. Days when you miss the familiar voice. Days when you think, maybe I can handle less. Maybe I was expecting too much. Maybe companionship is worth compromise. And compromise has its place in every human relationship. No love is perfect. No person meets every need. No partnership exists without patience. But do not confuse compromise with emotional malnourishment. Compromise means two people adjust with respect. Malnourishment means one person keeps starving and calling it maturity. Compromise has reciprocity. Malnourishment has excuses. Compromise still leaves room for dignity. Malnourishment teaches you to stop expecting care. A woman healing must learn this difference in her bones. Because without it, she may choose the same wound again with a different face. Not because she wants pain. Because the familiar often feels safer than the unknown. But familiar pain is still pain. A reframing. Just because you know how to survive something does not mean it is where you are meant to live. You may know how to survive emotional absence. You may know how to survive mixed signals. You may know how to survive inconsistency, disappointment, apologies without change, affection without commitment, conversations without repair. But survival is not the same as life. There is more for you than managing pain beautifully. There is more for you than being proud of how much you can endure. There's more for you than proving you are strong by staying in places that require you to shrink. Strength may now mean leaving. Strength may mean resting. Strength may mean telling fewer people. Strength may mean no longer defending the person who hurt you at the expense of your own truth. Strength may mean becoming unrecognizable to those who benefited from your lack of boundaries. And yes, some people may misunderstand your strength because it no longer looks like availability. Let them. You are not healing to maintain everyone's comfort. You are healing to live honestly, a deeper truth. When a woman stops abandoning herself, people who relied on her self-abandonment may call it a change in personality. It may simply be a return of self-respect. You may hear, "You're different now." Maybe you are. Maybe you answer slower because urgency no longer rules you. Maybe you explain less because peace has become more valuable than being understood by everyone. Maybe you forgive with more wisdom because you have learned that unguarded mercy can become a doorway for repeated harm. Maybe you no longer rush to fix the discomfort of someone who caused yours. Different does not mean worse. Different may mean awake. An awakening can be quiet. It may not look like a dramatic life overhaul. It may look like unsubscribing from emotional chaos. It may look like changing the way you speak to yourself in the morning. It may look like walking away from conversations that turn your pain into a debate. It may look like choosing not to investigate what they are doing now because your nervous system deserves rest. That last one matters. There is a stage of healing where you may still want information. You may want to know whether they moved on, whether they regret it, whether they are happy, whether they treat someone else better, whether they ever think of you, whether the story meant anything. This hunger for information is understandable, but information is not always nourishment. Sometimes it is salt water. You drink it because you are thirsty, and it only makes the thirst worse. Checking can feel like control, but often it reopens helplessness. It places your peace in the hands of what you might discover. It lets their life become weather inside your body. It keeps you tied to a story you are trying to survive. A reflective question. Is the information you are seeking helping you heal or helping you stay attached to pain? You do not need to know everything in order to release. That may be hard to accept because betrayal creates a hunger for details. The mind wants a complete map of the injury. It thinks, if I know everything, I can finally stop wondering. But sometimes knowing more only gives grief more images. Sometimes the missing details are not the reason you are stuck. Sometimes the deeper wound is that you were not honored. You already know enough to begin protecting yourself. You know how it felt. You know what it cost. You know what kept repeating. You know what your peace became in that connection. Let that knowledge matter. A deeper truth. You do not need a complete confession to honor an incomplete peace. If your peace was incomplete there, that is information. If your dignity was compromised there, that is information. If your body lived in alertness there, that is information. If your voice became smaller there, that is information. You can act on the truth of your experience even without the full truth of their actions. That is part of becoming free. Because if your freedom depends on someone else finally becoming transparent, then they remain in control of your release. And you have already given too much of your life to someone else's willingness. Your healing cannot wait for their honesty. Your life cannot wait for their emotional maturity. Your peace cannot wait for their explanation. At some point, you must say, even without every answer, I can choose what is healthy for me. That sentence may not satisfy the mind immediately, but it can save the soul. There are quiet days when the soul saves itself by no longer interrogating the wound. It stops reopening the file, stops replaying the scene, stops asking every memory to testify, stops trying to solve the mystery of someone else's choices. Not because the questions were foolish, but because they have begun to cost too much. And there, in the quiet, grief changes shape. It becomes less of a storm and more of a landscape, something you can walk through, something with hills and shadows, but also paths. You may still feel sorrow, but sorrow no longer owns every room. You may still remember, but memory no longer commands your behavior. You may still have questions, but questions no longer hold your future hostage. This is subtle healing. It may not impress anyone, but it is real. A reframing. Peace is not when the past becomes painless. Peace is when the past no longer has permission to direct your life. You may always carry some tenderness around what happened. Some stories do not vanish completely. They become part of the deeper fabric of who you are, but they do not have to remain an open wound. They can become scar tissue sensitive, yes, but closed. Evidence that something hurt you, evidence also that something healed. Scars are not shameful. They are proof that the body knew how to repair. Your spirit also knows how to repair, even if you do not feel it yet. Even if today feels heavy, even if you cried this morning over something you thought you had accepted, healing is not erased by a difficult day. A difficult day is not a relapse into who you were. It may simply be another layer asking to be held, another memory asking to be released, another part of you asking, am I safe now? Will you listen to me now? Will you choose me now? Answer gently, yes, I am learning. That may be enough for today. A deeper truth. You do not have to become fully healed before you begin treating yourself with reverence. Reverence means you stop speaking to yourself like a failure. It means you stop making your heartbreak prove its legitimacy. It means you stop offering your body to panic, your mind to obsession, your spirit to shame. It means you begin treating your life as something worthy of care, even before it feels whole. Reverence might look like going to sleep instead of scrolling through pain. It might look like drinking water. It might look like turning off the song that pulls you back into longing. It might look like not telling the story to someone who will mishandle it. It might look like choosing silence, not as punishment, but as protection. Small acts can be sacred when they restore dignity. And dignity is not a mood. It is a practice. You practice it when you pause before responding. You practice it when you do not explain your boundary to someone committed to crossing it. You practice it when you let an unanswered message remain unanswered. You practice it when you do not trade your peace for temporary closeness. You practice it when you let your life become bigger than the wound. This is how the quiet days become powerful. They teach you that power is not always loud. Sometimes power is the decision not to go where you are invited if the invitation leads back to self-erasure. Sometimes power is a woman sitting alone at her kitchen table, feeling the ache and still saying, no, not again. No audience, no applause, no dramatic music, just truth. And truth is enough. A reflective question. What is one place where your soul is quietly asking you to say, no, not again? Not to the whole world, maybe just to one pattern. No, not again to waiting by the phone. No, not again to accepting apologies without change. No, not again to shrinking your needs. No, not again to calling emotional distance a personality trait. No, not again to betraying your body's signals. No, not again to confusing desire with devotion. One honest no can become the beginning of many healing yeses. Yes to peace. Yes to rest. Yes to your own future. Yes to being loved without begging. Yes to the kind of life where your dignity is not constantly negotiated. You may not feel ready for all of those yeses yet. That is all right. Begin with one no, a clean no, a quiet no, a no that protects the woman you are becoming. And when guilt rises, let wisdom answer. Guilt may say, you are hurting them. Wisdom may say, I am no longer allowing myself to be hurt repeatedly. Guilt may say, you are abandoning them. Wisdom may say, I am no longer abandoning myself. Guilt may say, what if they needed me? Wisdom may say, need is not the same as love, and I am not required to be someone's emotional shelter while they refuse to stop setting fires. That sentence may feel strong. Let it. Some truths need strength because tenderness alone has been overused against you. You can be kind without being available. You can be loving without being accessible. You can care without carrying. You can release someone to their own healing without volunteering to be the place where they avoid it. This is one of the most difficult lessons for a woman with a deep heart. You are not responsible for saving someone from the consequences of how they treated you. You can hope they grow. You can hope they heal. You can hope they become honest. But you do not have to remain in the impact zone while they learn. A deeper truth. Compassion does not require proximity. Sometimes the most loving distance is the distance that stops the cycle. The distance that lets reality speak. The distance that protects both people from continuing a harmful pattern. The distance that says, I will not keep participating in something that diminishes us both. Distance can be merciful, even when it hurts, especially when staying would hurt more. And if you are in that distance now, do not rush to fill it with another person, another distraction, another emotional emergency. Let the distance teach you. Let it show you where you feel empty. Let it show you where you need care. Let it show you which parts of your identity were tied to being chosen. Let it show you how much life still exists when the old attachment is not feeding on your attention. The quiet may feel awkward, but the quiet is not your enemy. It is a workshop. Something is being repaired there. Your sense of self, your relationship with your body, your ability to discern, your confidence in your own perception, your capacity to be alone without collapsing, your willingness to want more without feeling guilty. All of this is restoration, not glamorous, not instant, but holy in its honesty. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself by becoming less impressed with what once controlled it. The message that would have shaken you does not shake you as long. The memory that would have broken you only makes you pause. The silence that once felt like punishment begins to feel like information. The absence that once felt like proof of your unworthiness begins to feel like a clearing. And in that clearing, you may begin to hear yourself again, not loudly, maybe just a whisper. I am still here. And maybe you answer for the first time in a long time, I know I am coming back. That is enough. For today, that is enough. There are days when you realize the hardest person to forgive is not the one who hurt you. It is the woman you were while being hurt. The woman who stayed. The woman who explained. The woman who hoped after the evidence had become heavy. The woman who ignored the ache in her own body because she did not want to seem difficult. The woman who kept offering tenderness to someone who kept treating tenderness as if it would always be available. And when healing becomes quiet enough, you may begin to feel anger toward her. You may look back and say, why didn't you leave? Why did you answer? Why did you believe him again? Why did you keep giving chances? Why did you let so much of your life pass inside that uncertainty? Those questions can feel like truth, but sometimes they are grief wearing the voice of judgment, a deeper truth. The woman you are ashamed of may be the same woman who kept you alive when you did not yet know how to choose differently. She may not have made every wise decision. She may not have protected every boundary. She may not have recognized every warning, but she was trying to survive with the understanding she had at the time. And she deserves to be spoken to with mercy, not excuse. Mercy. There is a difference between making excuses for your past and offering compassion to it. Excuses deny responsibility. Compassion gives you enough safety to learn without destroying yourself. Excuses say, it didn't matter. Compassion says, it mattered deeply, and I am willing to understand why I stayed so I do not have to repeat it. That kind of honesty is powerful because shame keeps you trapped in hiding. But compassion lets you come close enough to the wound to heal it. If you keep hating the version of you who stayed, you may never fully understand what she needed. And if you never understand what she needed, you may keep searching for that need in unsafe places. Maybe she needed reassurance. Maybe she needed belonging. Maybe she needed a home. Maybe she needed to feel chosen after years of feeling secondary. Maybe she needed someone to stay because too many people had left, even while remaining physically present. Maybe she needed the dream to be true because the alternative felt too frightening. A reflective question. What was the need beneath the choice you now regret? That question is not meant to excuse the choice. It is meant to bring you closer to the truth. Because when a woman says, I cannot believe I stayed, there is often a younger ache underneath that sentence. A younger part of her that learned love through waiting, through earning, through being useful, through being patient, through accepting fragments because fragments were familiar. A grown woman may be grieving a recent betrayal, but sometimes an older wound is also rising to be seen. That is why the pain may feel larger than the relationship itself. It may not only be about him, it may be about every place where your heart learned to make itself small. The person who did not choose you may have touched the place where you first wondered whether you were choosable. The silence may have reopened older silences. The neglect may have awakened memories of being overlooked, dismissed, emotionally unfed, or loved only when you were pleasing. And this is why your reaction may feel intense. Not because you are weak, because the wound has roots. A deeper truth. Sometimes the present heartbreak hurts so much because it is pulling on a grief that began long before this relationship. This does not mean the pain is imaginary. It means it is layered. And layered pain requires patience. You cannot scold yourself into healing from something that has roots. You cannot shame a root out of the soil. You have to uncover it gently, understand how it grew, and decide what kind of nourishment your life needs now. Perhaps you were drawn to emotional distance because it felt familiar, even though it hurt. Perhaps inconsistency felt like a challenge your nervous system already knew. Perhaps you mistook the ache of earning affection for the proof of love. Perhaps calm felt unfamiliar, and uncertainty felt like passion. These realizations can be painful, but they are not punishments. They are maps. They show you where your healing must go deeper than the last relationship. They show you the places where self-worth was outsourced. They show you where longing became louder than discernment. They show you where the child inside the woman still hoped that if she could finally be chosen by someone difficult to reach, the old wound would close. But another person's choice cannot heal the wound of self-abandonment. Only returning to yourself can begin that work. A reframing. Being chosen by someone emotionally unavailable may feel like victory to an old wound, but it rarely brings peace to the woman you are now. Peace requires more than being selected. Peace requires being met, and there is a difference. Being selected can flatter the ache. Being met nourishes the soul. Being selected may say, you were enough to catch attention. Being met says, you are safe enough to be fully known. Being selected may come and go with desire. Being met has presence, responsibility, consistency, and care. You are not healing so you can be selected more convincingly. You are healing so you no longer confuse selection with love. That may sound simple, but it is not. Because when you have felt unwanted, intermittent attention can feel powerful. A person who withholds and then returns can create the illusion that their return proves your worth. But your worth is not proven by someone coming back after making you suffer. Your worth was there before they left. Your worth was there while they were unsure. Your worth remains even if they never return. The soul saves itself when it stops letting another person's inconsistency become a mirror. You are not unstable because they were unstable. You are not unlovable because they could not love steadily. You are not too much because they had too little capacity. You are not difficult because they preferred comfort over intimacy. Let those sentences enter slowly. They may need to be repeated many times before they feel true in the body, because the mind can understand dignity before the nervous system feels safe enough to live from it. This is why healing often happens in cycles. You may know the truth on Monday and grieve as if you forgot it on Thursday. You may feel free in the morning and tender by night. You may write a clear sentence in your journal and then miss them an hour later. You may feel strong after talking to a friend, then lonely when the house becomes quiet. Do not mistake this for failure. The heart is not a machine that updates once and never returns to old programming. The heart learns through repetition, through safety, through grief, moving and settling, until the truth becomes not only an idea, but a home, a deeper truth. Healing is not the absence of old feelings. Healing is the growing ability to respond to old feelings with new loyalty to yourself. So when sadness comes, you do not have to panic. Sadness does not mean you should go back. Sadness may simply mean something mattered. Something was hoped for. Something was lost. Some part of you is still loosening its grip on a future that once brought comfort. Let sadness be sadness. Do not turn it into a verdict. If you wake up missing them, that does not mean they were right for you. If you cry over a memory, that does not mean the pattern was safe. If your body aches with longing, that does not mean your dignity was wrong to leave. It means you are human, and human grief deserves gentleness. But gentleness must be accompanied by truth, because without truth, gentleness can become a soft road back into harm. You can say, I miss them, and also say, I remember what it cost me. You can say, I love them, and also say, I cannot live on inconsistency. You can say, there were beautiful moments, and also say, I need more than moments. I need a life that does not make my heart afraid. That balance is healing. A reflective question. Can you let love and truth stand beside each other without forcing one to erase the other? You do not have to deny love in order to honor truth. Some women think that to move forward, they must convince themselves they never loved the person, or that none of it mattered, or that everything was false. But sometimes that is not honest. Sometimes it did matter. Sometimes you did love. Sometimes there were memories worth grieving. The problem was not that your love was fake. The problem was that love alone could not make the relationship whole. And accepting that can be heartbreaking because it means you cannot save the story by loving harder. It means your devotion had limits not because your heart was weak, but because relationship requires more than one heart. It requires reciprocity. It requires two people willing to see, listen, repair, mature, and protect the bond. One heart cannot become two. One woman cannot keep breathing for an entire relationship, no matter how deeply she loves. A deeper truth. Love becomes self-harm when it asks one person to disappear so the connection can survive. And you are learning not to disappear. Maybe slowly, maybe imperfectly, maybe with tears. But you are learning to take up space again, to say what is true without apologizing for the existence of your pain, to recognize when your body says no before your mouth finds the courage, to stop making your needs sound smaller so someone else can remain comfortable. This may feel unfamiliar, especially if you were valued most when you were easy to forgive, easy to reach, easy to calm down, easy to convince, easy to leave waiting, easy to return to. But you were not born to be easy at the expense of being real. Let that truth sit with you. A woman's softness does not require self-erasure. Her kindness does not require silence. Her maturity does not require accepting emotional scraps with gratitude. Her faith does not require calling harm a lesson before she has even been allowed to grieve it. You can be graceful and still be honest. You can be tender and still be done. There is a kind of done that is not dramatic. It is not door slamming. It is not bitterness. It is not a performance of indifference. It is a weary, sacred line inside the soul that says, I cannot keep abandoning myself in the name of hope. That kind of done may still cry. It may still miss. It may still pray. But it no longer volunteers for the same wound. A reframing. Being done does not mean you stop caring. It may mean you finally started caring about yourself with equal seriousness. Equal seriousness. That matters. Because perhaps for years, the relationship trained you to treat their emotions as urgent and yours as negotiable. Their stress mattered, their fear mattered, their wounds mattered, their timing mattered, their comfort mattered, and yours waited quietly in the corner, hoping to be noticed. Now healing asks you to bring your own life back into the center of your concern, not as selfishness, as restoration. Your sleep matters. Your appetite matters. Your peace matters. Your concentration matters. Your confidence matters. Your finances matter. Your friendships matter. Your aging body matters. Your future matters. Your relationship with God, with silence, with hope, with yourself, it all matters. A relationship that damages every other room of your life cannot be called healthy simply because it contains moments of affection. That is a hard sentence, but a necessary one. Because sometimes women stay attached to a few warm moments while their whole life grows colder. They remember one evening of tenderness while ignoring months of anxiety. They remember one apology while ignoring the unchanged pattern. They remember how it felt in the beginning while overlooking how it has felt for a long time. But the beginning is not enough evidence. A relationship must be judged by its fruit over time. Does it produce peace? Does it produce honesty? Does it produce growth? Does it produce safety? Does it allow both people to become more whole? Or does it produce anxiety, shrinking, obsession, exhaustion, secrecy, self-doubt, and spiritual heaviness? A deeper truth. Love is not only what someone feels toward you, It is also what their presence consistently produces in you. That does not mean another person is responsible for every emotion you feel, but it does mean patterns matter. If a connection repeatedly pulls you away from your own dignity, something must be examined. Not with panic, with honesty. And perhaps you are examining it now. Perhaps part of you is finally willing to admit that what you called love often felt like waiting, waiting for clarity, waiting for warmth, waiting for consistency, waiting for a message, waiting for the apology to become action, waiting for the man you believed existed beneath the behavior to finally live on the surface. Waiting can become a life, quietly, slowly, almost invisibly. One day you realize you have been living in the future tense for years. When he changes, when things calm down, when he understands, when he is ready, when the timing is better, when I become more patient, when we get through this season. But what if the season was the relationship? What if you were not waiting for a difficult chapter to pass, but waiting for a pattern to become a miracle without accountability? A reflective question. How long have you been postponing your own life for someone else's possibility? Possibility can be beautiful, but possibility is not enough to build a home. Potential is not partnership. Regret is not repair. Chemistry is not commitment. Emotion is not maturity. A grown woman deserves more than a future that only exists in imagination. She deserves present evidence, not perfection evidence. Evidence that she is heard. Evidence that her pain matters. Evidence that boundaries are respected. Evidence that love is not only spoken when she is about to leave. Evidence that the relationship can hold truth without collapsing into blame, defensiveness, silence, or punishment. If there is no evidence, then hope has nothing solid to stand on. And hope without evidence can become a beautiful cage. A deeper truth. Hope is holy when it is rooted in truth. It becomes harmful when it is used to avoid truth. This is not a call to become cynical. Cynicism closes the heart because it fears pain. Wisdom opens the eyes because it values peace. You are not being asked to stop hoping forever. You are being asked to stop placing your hope in patterns that have repeatedly shown you what they are. There is a better place for hope. Place hope in your healing. Place hope in your capacity to rebuild. Place hope in the quiet strength that keeps rising in you. Place hope in safe love, honest friendship, restored self-trust, new rhythms, deeper faith, and a future not governed by someone else's emotional absence. Hope does not die when you stop hoping for the wrong thing. Sometimes hope becomes cleaner, less desperate, less attached to one person, less willing to sacrifice dignity, more rooted in the belief that your life is still capable of goodness. That kind of hope may feel small at first. Maybe today, hope is not a bright feeling. Maybe it is simply the fact that you made tea, that you opened the window, that you did not send the message, that you let yourself cry without calling yourself pathetic, that you remembered, even for one moment, that you are still a woman with a future. Small hope is still hope. Do not despise it. A reframing. Sometimes the soul saves itself not by feeling hopeful, but by behaving gently until hope can return. So behave gently with yourself. Do not force yourself to heal with the same harshness that wounded you. Do not demand instant peace from a body that spent years in emotional uncertainty. Do not shame your heart for moving slowly away from a place it once called home. When grief rises, place a hand on your chest and speak like someone trustworthy. I know this hurts. I know you wanted it to be different. I know you are tired. I know you love deeply. But we are not going to abandon ourselves today. That sentence may become a ritual. Not because words magically remove pain, but because repeated kindness can begin to repair the inner voice that shame damaged. For many women, the inner voice became cruel during the relationship. It learned to question, accuse, minimize, and police every feeling. Don't be too much. Don't say that. Don't ruin the mood. Don't ask again. Don't make him leave. Don't be needy. Don't be angry. Don't cry. Healing requires a new inner voice, a voice that says you are allowed to feel. You are allowed to need. You are allowed to notice. You are allowed to leave. You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to begin again. This voice may sound unfamiliar at first, but keep speaking. Your soul may need time to recognize kindness as truth, a deeper truth. The voice you use with yourself becomes the emotional home you live in. If that voice is cruel, even solitude becomes unsafe. If that voice is patient, even grief becomes more bearable. If that voice is honest, even painful truth becomes a path instead of a prison. So build the voice carefully. Speak to yourself as you would speak to a woman you deeply respect. A woman who has carried too much. A woman who has loved with sincerity. A woman who made mistakes, yes, but also endured. A woman who is learning. A woman who is not beyond repair. A woman who deserves to be addressed with dignity, especially by herself. And when regret comes, do not let it become a permanent address. Regret can teach. It should not govern. Regret can say, next time, listen sooner. It should not say, you are ruined. Regret can say, this pattern needs attention. It should not say, you are impossible to love. Regret can say, you gave too much without receiving enough. It should not say, you are foolish for having a generous heart. Let regret become instruction, not identity. A reflective question, what is regret trying to teach you once you remove the cruelty from its voice? Maybe it is teaching you to trust discomfort earlier. Maybe it is teaching you to stop negotiating with inconsistency. Maybe it is teaching you that your body often knows before your logic agrees. Maybe it is teaching you that love must be evaluated not only by intensity, but by safety. Maybe it is teaching you to come home sooner. That lesson is not wasted. No year that teaches you how to stop abandoning yourself is entirely wasted. Painful, yes. Costly, yes. Something you may wish had happened differently, yes. But not wasted if it becomes the ground where a wiser, kinder, more self-honoring woman begins to rise. And she is rising. Maybe not in a way anyone else can see, but she is rising in the way you pause before saying yes, in the way you notice your body, in the way you no longer romanticize confusion as destiny, in the way you stop begging your past to become your future, in the way you begin to imagine a life that does not require constant emotional negotiation. This is quiet resurrection, not dramatic, not flawless, not loud, but real. And the soul often saves itself like that, not all at once, but by returning one piece at a time. Your voice returns first, perhaps, then your appetite, then your sleep, then your humor, then your desire to make plans, then your ability to sit in silence without feeling abandoned by it, then your belief that love can exist without costing you yourself. Each return matters, even the smallest one. There may come a day when you laugh and then feel guilty, as if joy means you have forgotten what happened. But joy is not betrayal of your pain. Joy is evidence that pain did not take everything. Let yourself laugh. There may come a day when you feel beautiful again and then feel strange, as if beauty belongs to a younger or less wounded version of you. But beauty does not expire because someone failed to cherish you. Beauty changes, it deepens. It becomes less about being desired and more about being alive inside yourself. Let yourself feel beautiful. There may come a day when you want something again, a trip, a dress, a class, a garden, a quiet morning, a new project, a different home, a healthier love. Do not dismiss that wanting. Wanting can be a sign that the future is beginning to speak again. Let yourself want a deeper truth. When desire returns after heartbreak, treat it gently. It may be the first green thing growing through the ashes. Do not rush it. Do not judge it. Do not demand that it become a complete plan. Just notice, I want to feel peaceful. I want to sleep well. I want to trust myself. I want to stop checking. I want to be loved with care. I want a life that feels like mine. These wants are holy in their simplicity. They are not selfish. They are not excessive. They are not childish. They are signs of life. For so long, perhaps your wants were organized around another person. You wanted them to call. You wanted them to change. You wanted them to understand. You wanted them to choose you. You wanted them to become who they seemed to be in the beginning. Now, your wants are returning to you. That is healing. Not because you no longer care about love, but because you are no longer willing to lose your whole life inside one person's inability to love you well. This is how identity repair becomes real. You begin to ask what music you like now. What colors make you feel calm? What kind of morning supports your spirit? What friendships feel nourishing? What foods make your body feel cared for? What work gives you dignity? What boundaries make your life more honest? What prayer, silence, writing, movement, or rest helps you remember that you belong to yourself? These questions may seem ordinary. They are not. They are how you retrieve yourself from the places where pain scattered you. A reflective question. What small part of yourself is ready to be retrieved this week? Not everything, just one part. Maybe your sleep, maybe your room, maybe your voice, maybe your appetite, maybe your friendship with one honest woman, maybe your morning walk, maybe your ability to look in the mirror without criticizing what grief has done to your face. Start there. Do not make healing so large that it becomes another burden. A woman already carrying grief does not need a grand transformation plan. She needs small, faithful acts that help her believe life can be safe again. One clean corner, one honest boundary, one nourishing meal, one quiet prayer, 1 hour without checking, one conversation where she tells the truth, one night where she goes to bed without reopening the wound. Small acts, repeated with love, become a new life. A deeper truth. Rebuilding is less about becoming someone impressive and more about becoming someone you can trust. Can you trust yourself to listen when something hurts? Can you trust yourself to rest when you are exhausted? Can you trust yourself to leave when a pattern becomes clear? Can you trust yourself not to trade dignity for temporary closeness? Can you trust yourself to choose peace even when longing argues? This self-trust will not be restored in one declaration. It will be restored through evidence. Every time you choose not to betray yourself, you become evidence. Evidence that you are changing. Evidence that you are protecting the woman you once neglected. Evidence that you are learning to love yourself not as an idea, but as a daily responsibility. And there will be setbacks. There may be days when you check, days when you respond, days when you reread, days when you cry in frustration because you feel pulled backward. Do not use those days as proof that you are not healing. Use them as information. What was the trigger? What did you need? What feeling became too difficult to hold? What support was missing? What can you do differently next time? Shame says you failed. Wisdom says, let us learn the path of the wound. That is how healing deepens. A reframing, a setback is not a return to the beginning. It is a place where your healing is asking for more support. Support matters. You were not meant to heal every wound in isolation. There is dignity in wise support, a trusted friend, a counselor, a spiritual mentor who does not minimize your pain, a community where your worth is not tied to your relationship status, a quiet practice that helps your body settle. Choose support carefully. Not everyone who listens can hold your story with care. Some people will rush you. Some will shame you. Some will secretly enjoy the drama. Some will give advice that centers their fear, not your truth. Some will spiritualize your pain so quickly that your humanity has no room to breathe. Find the people who can sit with reality. The ones who do not need you to hate him or return to him. The ones who help you hear yourself. The ones who respect complexity. The ones who remind you of your dignity without forcing you to pretend you are fine. A deeper truth, safe people do not make you perform healing. They make room for honesty. And you need room. Room to be sad. Room to be angry, room to be relieved, room to be conflicted, room to remember the good without being pushed back toward harm, room to say, I still miss him and not be treated as foolish, room to say I am done and not be pressured into explaining every detail. Healing needs room because the soul cannot repair while crowded by judgment. Give yourself that room. Even in your own mind, do not crowd yourself with deadlines. Do not crowd yourself with comparisons. Do not crowd yourself with the imagined opinions of people who did not live your story. Do not crowd yourself with the idea that a woman your age should be stronger, faster, cleaner, less affected. You are not a project behind schedule. You are a human being returning from emotional injury, and returning takes time. A reflective question. What would change if you stopped treating your healing like a performance review? Maybe you would breathe differently. Maybe you would stop asking, "Am I over it yet?" and start asking, "Am I being honest today?" Maybe you would stop measuring progress by whether you feel pain and start measuring it by whether you respond to pain with more care than before. That is a gentler measure and a more truthful one. Because pain may remain for a while, but your relationship to pain can change. Once, pain may have driven you to chase. Now it may invite you to pause. Once, pain may have made you accuse yourself. Now it may remind you to comfort yourself. Once, pain may have convinced you to accept less. Now, it may help you recognize what you no longer want to repeat. This is transformation, quiet but profound. You are not simply trying to feel better. You are becoming a woman who does not abandon herself when she feels bad. That is a different kind of healing, a deeper truth. Emotional freedom is not never needing comfort. It is no longer seeking comfort from the place that created the wound. Let that guide you. When you are lonely, do not go to the person who made you feel alone. When you are anxious, do not go to the person who trained your body to wait. When you are ashamed, do not go to the person whose inconsistency deepened your self-doubt. When you miss warmth, do not return to a fire that keeps burning the house down. Find comfort that does not cost your future. Maybe comfort is calling someone safe. Maybe it is walking outside. Maybe it is writing the truth. Maybe it is crying without contacting. Maybe it is prayer without bargaining. Maybe it is silence without self-punishment. Comfort can be clean. It does not have to reopen the wound. And as you learn that, something inside you settles. The soul begins to understand we have other options now. Not just him. Not just the old pattern. Not just the familiar ache. There are other forms of comfort. Other rooms. Other voices. Other mornings. Other versions of life. Other ways to feel held. This is why the quiet days are important. They teach you to discover comfort outside the old attachment. At first, nothing may feel as immediate. Nothing may give the same rush, the same relief, the same old ache of recognition. But stay with the clean comfort long enough, and your body will begin to trust it. Peace often arrives quietly because it is not trying to manipulate you. It does not demand. It does not intoxicate. It does not punish. It does not vanish to make you chase. Peace simply remains. And a woman who has been living in emotional uncertainty may need time to believe that what remains can be real. Give yourself that time. A reframing. You are not bored without chaos. You are detoxing from the belief that love must keep you emotionally activated to be meaningful. Love can be calm. Love can be steady. Love can be ordinary in the most beautiful way. It can remember what you said. It can ask how you slept. It can repair without making you beg. It can respect a boundary without treating it as rejection. It can sit beside you without needing your pain to become smaller. And before that love arrives from another person, let your own life practice it with you. Let your daily choices say, I remember you. Let your boundaries say, I respect you. Let your rest say, you do not have to earn care. Let your honesty say, your pain is not too much for me. Let your solitude say, you are not abandoned here. You are being returned. This is the soul saving itself. Not through grand declarations, but through repeated acts of belonging. You belong to yourself again each time you stop outsourcing your worth. You belong to yourself again each time you make a decision from peace instead of panic. You belong to yourself again each time you let truth be more loyal to you than fantasy. And perhaps that is the quiet miracle. Not that you stopped hurting, but that you stopped leaving yourself alone inside the hurt. A deeper truth. The woman you are becoming is not asking you to be unbroken. She is asking you to be present. Present to your grief. Present to your needs. Present to your limits. Present to your dignity. Present to the life still waiting under the rubble. And life is still there, even if today feels gray. Even if your heart feels tired. Even if you cannot yet imagine loving again. Even if you are still ashamed of how long it took. Even if you are afraid of the future, life is still there, breathing quietly, waiting for you with patience, not demanding that you run toward it, only asking that you stop walking backward into what broke you. So today, perhaps your work is not to be radiant. Perhaps your work is not to be over it. Perhaps your work is not to have a perfect answer. Perhaps your work is simply this. Do not abandon yourself today. That is enough. Do not abandon your body when it asks for rest. Do not abandon your truth when loneliness argues. Do not abandon your dignity for the comfort of being wanted temporarily. Do not abandon your future because the past still knows your name. Let the past know your name. You do not have to answer every time it calls. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself. And maybe today, the saving looks like staying with yourself. Not beautifully, not perfectly, but faithfully. One breath, one boundary, one honest sentence, one small act of care. And slowly, the woman who once disappeared to keep love alive begins to understand. She does not have to disappear anymore. She can remain. She can choose. She can rebuild. She can be tender and protected. She can grieve and still walk forward. She can love what was good, release what was harmful, and return to herself without needing the story to be simple. That is dignity, quiet dignity, the kind no one can give you, the kind no one can take once you begin living from it. There's a quiet strength in no longer needing the past to agree with your decision to leave it. For a long time, you may have searched backward for permission. You looked for one undeniable moment, one sentence, one betrayal, one act so clear that no one could question your pain, not even you. You wanted a clean reason, a reason strong enough to silence the guilt. A reason that would make leaving feel less like loss and more like justice. But healing does not always hand you one perfect reason. Sometimes it hands you 1,000 small ones. The repeated silence, the emotional absence, the way you became careful with your own voice, the way your body tightened before difficult conversations, the way peace always seemed to depend on you asking for less, the way you were loved in fragments but expected to give yourself whole. And maybe no single moment looked dramatic enough from the outside. Maybe there was no public explosion. Maybe the damage happened quietly, in ordinary rooms, through small dismissals, delayed honesty, unfinished apologies, and affection that arrived only after you had already begun to bleed. A deeper truth. Not every wound is caused by one violent break. Some wounds are caused by being slowly deprived of what the heart needs to stay alive. That is why you may have trouble explaining it. When people ask what happened, you may pause. Because how do you describe the erosion of a woman's spirit? How do you explain that you were not always screamed at, but you were often unheard? That you were not always left physically, but you were abandoned emotionally? That you were not always rejected directly, but you were made to feel optional in 100 quiet ways? Some pain does not sound convincing when summarized, but your body remembers the full version. It remembers the waiting. It remembers the hope that kept rising after every small sign of tenderness. It remembers the exhaustion of trying to seem calm when you were internally begging for certainty. It remembers how often you softened your language so your pain would not be too heavy for someone who should have cared enough to hold it. And now, as you heal, you may still feel tempted to minimize it. You may say, it was not that bad. It could have been worse. Other women have suffered more. Maybe I am being dramatic. Maybe I should be grateful for the good. But comparison does not heal a wound. A broken finger is not less broken because someone else broke an arm. Emotional neglect is not less real because someone else endured cruelty that was easier to name. Your pain does not need to win a contest before it deserves care. A reframing. The question is not whether someone else suffered more. The question is whether you were asked to survive something that made you abandon yourself. If the answer is yes, then your healing matters. Your pain matters. Your story matters, even if it cannot be explained neatly. There is a grief that comes when you realize how much you normalize just to keep the relationship from falling apart. You normalize waiting for replies that should have been simple. You normalized being confused after conversations that should have brought clarity. You normalized apologizing for your tone while your actual wound went untouched. You normalized being grateful for the bare minimum because the bare minimum felt better than nothing. And perhaps that is one of the saddest parts. You did not always ask for too much. Sometimes you asked for so little that even receiving it felt like a miracle, a message, a kind tone, a moment of attention, a hand reaching back, a little honesty, a little reassurance, a little proof that you were not loving alone. But love was never meant to make you feel like a beggar at the door of someone else's emotional house. You were not asking for luxury. You were asking for shelter, a deeper truth. When you have been emotionally starved, consistency can feel like extravagance. But it is not extravagance. It is a basic form of care. This is something many women must relearn. Because after enough neglect, the heart adjusts its expectations downward. It stops asking for warmth and starts asking only not to be frozen out completely. It stops asking for devotion and starts asking not to be humiliated by indifference. It stops asking for partnership and starts asking for occasional signs that it still exists in the other person's mind. That kind of lowering can feel like maturity at first, but it is often injury. Maturity is not having no needs. Maturity is knowing which needs are honest, human, and worthy of respect. You needed steadiness. That was human. You needed truth. That was human. You needed repair. That was human. You needed not to be emotionally punished for expressing pain. That was human. You needed to feel chosen in the relationship you were helping to carry. That was human. Let yourself stop apologizing for human needs. A reflective question. Which of your needs did you learn to treat as unreasonable simply because someone did not want to meet them? Maybe you called your need for reassurance insecurity. Maybe you called your need for communication pressure. Maybe you called your need for affection weakness. Maybe you called your need for commitment impatience. Maybe you called your need for accountability drama. But perhaps the need itself was not the problem. Perhaps the problem was bringing the need to someone who benefited when you stopped asking. That is painful to see, but it can also be freeing. Because when you understand that your need was not shameful, you can stop trying to amputate parts of yourself to fit into emotionally narrow spaces. You can stop becoming less alive in order to remain acceptable. You can stop treating your heart like something that must be managed, reduced, hidden, or disciplined into silence. Your heart does not need to be punished into having fewer needs. It needs to be guided toward safer love. And safer love begins with how you hold yourself. On quiet days, this holding may look very simple. You may sit alone and say, I am allowed to be hurt. You may let a memory rise without chasing it. You may notice jealousy, sadness, regret, or anger and choose not to build a home inside any of them. You may breathe through the urge to blame yourself for everything. This is not passive. This is emotional repair. There is a discipline in staying present without turning against yourself. There is courage in letting grief move without using it as proof that you are broken. There is wisdom in choosing not to make permanent conclusions on temporary emotional weather. A deeper truth. A feeling can be intense and still not be an instruction. Loneliness may say, reach out. Shame may say, you ruined everything. Fear may say, you will never be loved again. Nostalgia may say, it was better than it really was. Anger may say, become hard so no one can hurt you. But feelings are visitors. They bring information. They do not always bring wisdom. Wisdom takes the feeling by the hand and asks, what are you trying to protect? What are you remembering? What do you need right now? This is how you stop being ruled by the storm. You learn to listen without obeying every gust of wind. A grown woman healing from emotional abandonment must often learn this carefully, because abandonment teaches the nervous system urgency. It teaches you that distance is danger. It teaches you that silence means rejection. It teaches you that if you do not act quickly, love may vanish. So when someone pulls away, or when the past becomes quiet, your body may rush to repair, reach, explain, fix, soften, apologize, or reopen doors. But the quiet season is teaching you another response. Pausa. Breathe. Ask. Is this love asking for repair, or is this fear asking for access to an old wound? That pause may save you. A reframing. Not every urge to reconnect comes from love. Some urges come from the body trying to escape the discomfort of withdrawal. There's no shame in that. Attachment is powerful. Habits are powerful. Familiar pain is powerful. A person can become woven into the routines of your day so deeply that removing them feels like removing a wall from the house. Suddenly, everything feels exposed. The mornings, the evenings, the songs, the places, the little private jokes, the plans that now sit unfinished in your mind. You may not only miss them, you may miss who you were when you still believed the story would work. That version of you deserves grief too. The hopeful woman, the woman who imagined a home, the woman who saw goodness and wanted to build around it, the woman who believed love could become safe if she loved carefully enough. Do not mock her. She was not stupid. She was sincere. And sincerity, even when it leads you into pain, is not something to be ashamed of. It must be protected, refined, and guided by wisdom, but not destroyed. You do not have to become cynical to prove you have learned. You do not have to bury your tenderness because someone did not know how to honor it. A deeper truth. The answer to being mishandled is not to stop being tender. It is to stop placing tenderness in careless hands. That is the work now. Learning where tenderness belongs. Tenderness belongs where there is mutual care, where honesty is not punished, where affection does not disappear as control, where apology includes responsibility, where your pain is not treated like an inconvenience, where your presence is valued, not merely used. And until you are in places like that, your tenderness can rest. It does not need to prove itself. It does not need to audition. It does not need to pour itself out just because someone is thirsty. There is a sacred responsibility in learning to conserve your emotional life. Many women were taught that love means endless giving, but endless giving without discernment can become self-neglect. Love must have wisdom, or it becomes a river with no banks, flooding everything, including the woman who carries it. Boundaries are the banks. They do not make the river less beautiful. They help it move without destroying the land. A reflective question. Where does your tenderness need banks? Maybe around late night conversations that pull you back into confusion. Maybe around people who only appear when they need comfort. Maybe around family members who dismiss your pain because they prefer your silence. Maybe around your own habit of over-explaining. Maybe around memories that you keep revisiting when what you really need is rest. A boundary is not always spoken aloud. Sometimes it is private. I will not check today. I will not defend my pain to someone unsafe. I will not answer when I am lonely. I will not discuss my healing with people who make me feel smaller. I will not revisit memories after midnight. I will not call emotional scraps love. These private boundaries are powerful. They are agreements between you and your dignity, and you will not keep them perfectly at first. That is all right. You are rebuilding an inner structure that may have been weakened by years of self-abandonment. A weakened structure does not become strong in one day. It becomes strong through repeated support, through practice, through returning when you stumble, through telling the truth again after old habits rise. Do not demand perfection from a wounded self that is just learning safety. A deeper truth, consistency with yourself is built by returning not by never falling. If you fall into old thinking, return. If you answer a message you wish you had ignored, return. If you spend an evening crying over the past, return. If you feel ashamed again, return. If you miss them so badly that wisdom feels far away, return. Return does not require drama. Return may be as simple as saying, I see what happened. I am here. We begin again. That is how self-trust grows. Not because you never make mistakes, but because you no longer abandon yourself inside the mistake. There is such mercy in that because many women, after betrayal, become terrified of their own humanity. They think every feeling is dangerous, every longing is weakness, every memory is a threat, every soft place must be locked away. But healing is not becoming afraid of yourself. Healing is becoming safe enough inside yourself that feelings can move through without taking control. You can feel longing and remain loyal to your boundary. You can feel anger and refuse cruelty. You can feel sadness and still prepare dinner. You can feel love and still choose distance. You can feel fear and still walk toward a more honest life. This is emotional maturity, not the absence of inner conflict. The ability to hold conflict without surrendering your dignity. A reframing. Peace is not always a calm feeling. Sometimes peace is a wise decision made while the feelings are still loud. So do not wait until you feel completely certain to protect yourself. Certainty may come later, after the boundary has already given your body enough safety to think clearly. Sometimes clarity comes because you left the noise, not before. Sometimes the fog lifts only after you stop standing in the place that produces it. If you keep returning to the same confusing dynamic, do not be surprised that you feel confused. Confusion may not be a sign that you need more information. It may be a sign that the environment is unhealthy for your nervous system. Step back long enough to breathe. Then see what remains true. Often, distance reveals what closeness kept distorting. When you are too close to a pattern, a kind word can blur the damage. A soft memory can blur the facts. A moment of attention can make you doubt months of neglect. But distance allows the whole shape to appear. And sometimes, once you see the whole shape, you cannot unsee it. That can feel painful, but it is also mercy. Because you cannot rebuild around a lie once truth has entered the room. A deeper truth. Clarity may break your attachment before it heals your heart, but it is still a gift. You may still love after clarity. You may still grieve after clarity. You may still miss after clarity, but you will suffer differently. You will no longer suffer in the dark. You will know what you are grieving. Not a perfect love that was taken from you, but a complicated bond that contained real feeling and real harm. Not the loss of your only chance, but the loss of a dream attached to someone unable or unwilling to make that dream safe. Not proof that you were unworthy, but proof that you were trying to find worth in a place too unstable to reflect it back consistently. This kind of clarity is steadying. It does not make the pain vanish, but it gives the pain a truthful name. And name pain is easier to carry than nameless confusion. You can say, this is grief. This is withdrawal. This is shame. This is loneliness. This is my younger wound speaking. This is my body remembering uncertainty. This is not a command to go back. When you name what is happening, you become less afraid of it. A reflective question: what are you feeling right now beneath the first feeling? Anger may be covering sorrow. Sorrow may be covering fear. Fear may be covering shame. Shame may be covering a deep need to be held, chosen, protected, or believed. Go gently. Do not force yourself open, but become curious. Because curiosity is softer than judgment and often more healing. Instead of saying, "Why am I like this?" try asking, "What part of me is hurting?" Instead of saying, "Why can't I move on?" try asking, "What am I still needing to mourn?" Instead of saying, "I am weak," try asking, "What made this attachment feel so necessary to my survival?" These questions do not excuse harmful patterns. They illuminate them, and illumination helps you make different choices. There is an old kind of shame that tells a woman she should have been chosen by now, chosen fully, chosen publicly, chosen without hesitation, chosen in a way that proves her worth to herself and to the world. And when she is not chosen, especially after giving years, she may feel as if something about her has been publicly judged. But being unchosen by one person is not a verdict. Sometimes it is a mismatch. Sometimes it is immaturity. Sometimes it is selfishness. Sometimes it is fear. Sometimes it is a person's inability to value what does not serve their immediate comfort. Sometimes it is simply not your door. A deeper truth: a closed door can hurt without being an insult to your worth. You may still stand before it and cry. That is allowed, but do not build your identity outside it. Do not spend the rest of your life asking that door to explain why it did not open properly. Do not press your ear against it while your own house remains unattended. Do not let one closed door convince you that there is no home for you anywhere. There is still home, first, within you, and then, perhaps, in places and people that will not require you to knock until your hands bleed. This is part of rebuilding, no longer seeking home in people who only offer shelter during emotional weather that suits them. A woman who is returning to herself begins to examine what home means. Home is not just familiarity. Home is not just chemistry. Home is not just history. Home is not someone knowing your wounds and still using them carelessly. Home is not the place where you must shrink to be kept. Home is where your nervous system can rest without betraying your truth. Home is where honesty has room, where repair is possible, where tenderness is steady, where your dignity does not have to stand outside waiting to be invited in. If a relationship does not allow your dignity inside, it is not home. It may be attachment. It may be longing. It may be memory. It may be desire. It may be unfinished business, but it is not home. A reframing. What feels familiar is not always what is safe. Sometimes healing is learning to stop calling old pain home. This can be one of the most difficult transitions because safe may feel strange at first. Peace may feel too quiet. Healthy affection may feel less dramatic. Consistency may not create the same emotional rush as uncertainty. You may even feel suspicious when someone is kind without withdrawing later. That is not proof that safe love is boring. It may be proof that your body is still adjusting to the absence of fear. Let it adjust. Do not rush to recreate intensity just because steadiness feels unfamiliar. Some women return to chaos because calm feels empty. But calm is not empty. It is spacious. It gives you room to become, room to think, room to breathe, room to hear your own preferences, room to build a life not organized around someone else's emotional unpredictability. Space may feel lonely at first, but space can become sacred when you stop filling it with what harms you. A deeper truth. The quiet after emotional chaos is not proof that your life is empty. It is proof that your life finally has room for you. And you need room. Room to grieve the years without being consumed by them. Room to rediscover what makes you feel alive. Room to rebuild the routines that pain interrupted. Room to become a woman who does not rush toward the first warm hand simply because she is cold. Take your time. Let your standards become calm, not frantic. A standard is not a weapon. It is not an attitude. It is not a list designed to punish future people for past pain. A standard is simply a truthful recognition of what your peace requires. I need honesty. I need consistency. I need repair. I need emotional presence. I need respect for my boundaries. I need affection that does not disappear when accountability appears. I need to be able to speak without fearing punishment. These are not extravagant demands. They are the conditions under which love can remain healthy. If someone calls them too much, let that be information. Not everyone has capacity for the kind of love you need. That does not make them evil. It also does not require you to lower yourself into pain. A reflective question. Are your standards truly too high, or are they simply higher than what your wounds were trained to accept? This question may reveal a tender truth. The healed part of you may want peace. The wounded part of you may still be afraid that peace will cost companionship. The healed part of you may require consistency. The wounded part may whisper, but what if no one gives that? The healed part may say, then I will wait. The wounded part may say, waiting feels like abandonment. This inner conflict deserves compassion because the fear of starting over is real, especially when you are not 20 anymore, especially when your life carries responsibilities, memories, perhaps children, perhaps financial concerns, perhaps cultural expectations, perhaps a body that has changed, perhaps a heart that is tired of disappointment. Starting again can feel like standing at the edge of a field after a storm, holding seeds in hands that still remember the flood. But you do not have to plant everything today. You only have to stop returning to the flood and calling it shelter. A deeper truth. Rebuilding life after heartbreak is not a race into the next chapter. It is learning to trust the ground beneath you again. The ground may feel uncertain, so begin with what is near. Your breath, your morning, your room, your next meal, your next honest choice, your next boundary, your next conversation with yourself. Do not make the whole future responsible for comforting you today. Let today be smaller. Sometimes Healing becomes overwhelming because the mind tries to solve the entire life at once. Will I love again? Will I trust again? Did I lose too much time? What if I am alone? What if I choose wrong again? What if no one sees me? What if I never feel safe? These questions are heavy. Do not carry all of them at once. Ask the question of the day. What does dignity require from me today? What would help my body feel a little safer today? What truth am I ready to honor today? What old habit can I interrupt today? What small kindness can I offer myself today? These questions bring healing back into reach. They turn the future from a frightening mountain into a single step. And a single step is enough for a quiet day. A reframing. You do not have to rebuild your whole life today. You only have to stop participating in the parts that keep dismantling you. That alone is sacred work. When you no longer participate in self-erasure, your energy slowly returns. At first, it may return as fatigue. That may sound strange, but sometimes the first sign of safety is how tired you finally feel. Your body says, now that we are not constantly surviving, we can feel how much surviving cost. So if you are tired, do not assume you are failing. You may be coming out of a long emergency. Rest is not laziness after emotional survival. Rest is repair. Let yourself sleep when you can. Let yourself move slowly. Let yourself be less productive for a season without calling yourself useless. Let yourself heal from carrying invisible weight. The world may not recognize emotional labor as labor, but your body does. It knows how long you held your breath, how often you braced, how many times you swallowed words, how many nights you slept beside unresolved pain, how many days you performed normal while your inner life was in pieces. Your exhaustion makes sense. A deeper truth. A woman who has been emotionally surviving may need rest before she can feel hope. So rest without shame. Rest is not the opposite of rebuilding. It is the foundation. A rested woman can hear herself more clearly. A rested woman can recognize manipulation more quickly. A rested woman can make decisions from steadiness rather than panic. A rested woman can grieve without collapsing into old patterns as easily. Rest protects wisdom, and you need wisdom now more than urgency. There may be people who want you to rush to forgive, rush to date, rush to forget, rush to be strong, rush to prove you are fine, rush to turn the pain into a lesson, rush to move on because your grief makes them uncomfortable. Let them rush somewhere else. Your soul is not on their schedule. You are allowed to move at the pace of honest healing. A reflective question. Whose discomfort are you trying to soothe by pretending to be further along than you are? Maybe you learned to perform wellness because others did not know what to do with your pain. Maybe you learned to say, I'm okay, because explaining became exhausting. Maybe you learned to smile quickly so no one would pity you. Maybe you learned to grieve in private because public grief made people impatient. But you do not have to perform here. Not for the world, not for the past, not for the person who hurt you, not even for yourself. You can be exactly where you are, still tender, still learning, still grieving, still becoming. There's dignity in being honest about the middle. The middle is where much of healing happens. Not at the beginning, when pain is sharp and everyone understands why you are struggling. Not at the end, when the story is easier to tell. The middle, where people assume you should be better, where you are tired of your own sadness, where progress feels slow, where part of you wants to go back just to stop the ache of uncertainty. The middle is difficult, but the middle is also where the soul strengthens. Because in the middle, you keep choosing truth without the adrenaline of the first decision. You keep choosing boundaries after the drama has quieted. You keep choosing yourself when no one is watching. You keep choosing not to return to harm, even when loneliness tries to negotiate. This is where dignity becomes muscle, a deeper truth. The quiet middle of healing may look unimpressive, but it is where a woman becomes reliable to herself. Reliability is beautiful, not flashy, beautiful. To become able to say to yourself, I will not leave you again, and then prove it in small ways that is profound. To become able to hold your own grief without running back to the source of it, that is strength. To become able to hear longing without making it your master, that is maturity. You are becoming reliable, even if slowly, even if imperfectly. And one day, that reliability will change what you allow. You will notice sooner when a person's words do not match their presence. You will feel less tempted to overfunction. You will stop interpreting distance as a challenge to win. You will stop trying to become the woman someone finally chooses. You will ask whether you are choosing them too. That question matters. For so long, you may have focused on whether you were chosen that you forgot to ask whether the relationship was choosing your well-being, whether the connection was choosing your peace, whether the person was choosing your dignity through action, not emotion alone. Now you can ask, do I choose this? Do I choose how I feel here? Do I choose the pattern, not just the promise? Do I choose the woman I become in this connection? A reframing. Your healing deepens when you stop asking only, do they want me? And begin asking, is this good for me? That question may save years of your life, because someone can want you and still not be good for you. Someone can desire you and still lack the maturity to honor you. Someone can miss you and still return with the same patterns. Someone can love you in their limited way and still not be able to love you in a way that is healthy to receive. You are allowed to care about whether love is healthy to receive. That is not arrogance. It is stewardship of your life. Your life is not a waiting room for someone else's growth. It is not a rehabilitation center for every person who recognizes your warmth but resists accountability. It is not a place where others can come and go while you keep the lights on indefinitely. Your life is a life. It deserves your attention. It deserves beauty, structure, friendship, laughter, rest, work that does not drain your soul, mornings that do not begin with dread, evenings that do not collapse into waiting. A deeper truth. Reclaiming your life is not a rejection of love. It is a rejection of making one person's inconsistency the center of your existence. Let your life become wider again. Pain narrows the world. It makes everything about the wound. It shrinks your attention down to their silence, their choices, their absence, their possible regret, their new life, their meaning. Suddenly, your whole emotional landscape is organized around someone who may not even be thinking with the same depth. Healing widens the world. At first, only slightly. A cup of coffee you actually taste. A walk where you notice the sky. A conversation that does not revolve around them. A song that belongs to you again. A small plan for next week. A moment when you remember you have preferences. These are signs. Do not dismiss them because they are small. Small signs are how life re-enters a wounded heart without overwhelming it. A reflective question: what part of the world have you stopped noticing because the pain became so loud? Maybe beauty has been waiting quietly, not to erase your grief, but to remind you that grief is not the only reality. The afternoon light, the sound of rain, the steadiness of a friend, the softness of clean clothes, the taste of something warm, the breath that comes when you stop checking the phone. These things may seem too ordinary to matter, but ordinary life is where healing is embodied. The soul does not live only in dramatic breakthroughs. It lives in the body, in the kitchen, in the car, in the quiet before sleep, in the way you speak to yourself when disappointment returns, in the way you prepare for a day even when your heart is not fully ready. Let ordinary life become medicine, not a cure-all, not a denial of pain. Medicine, a deeper truth. After emotional chaos, ordinary peace may be one of the most healing gifts your life can offer. Receive it, even if only for a minute. And when the mind returns to the past, gently bring it back, not by force, by invitation. Come back to the room. Come back to the breath. Come back to the present. Come back to the woman who needs you now. Because the past may keep asking for your attention. It may keep presenting old scenes, old conversations, old questions. It may ask, what if? It may ask, why? It may ask, how could they? It may ask, was any of it real? Some questions may never be answered to your satisfaction. That is painful. But an unanswered question does not have to become a lifelong chain. Sometimes healing means learning to live without complete explanations and still refusing to let confusion own you. A reframing. You may not get every answer, but you can still answer the most important question: what will you choose now? What will you choose now that you know your peace matters? What will you choose now that your body has told the truth? What will you choose now that waiting has cost too much? What will you choose now that silence no longer feels mysterious, only revealing? What will you choose now that you are beginning to understand your own worth? Maybe you choose rest. Maybe you choose no contact. Maybe you choose therapy. Maybe you choose to stop defending the person who hurt you. Maybe you choose to tell one friend the whole truth. Maybe you choose to rebuild your finances, your home, your health, your faith, your routines. Maybe you choose not to make any huge decision today except the decision to remain loyal to yourself. That is enough. A deeper truth. Choosing yourself is not always a grand act. Sometimes it is the quiet refusal to make your wound the center of your identity. You are more than this heartbreak. You may not feel that yet, but it is true. You are more than the betrayal, more than the silence, more than the relationship that emptied you, more than the years you fear were wasted, more than the shame that visits when you think of what you tolerated, more than the person who did not know how to choose you fully. You are still a living woman. A whole life is still moving through you, even if slowly, even if softly, even if today that life only shows itself in the fact that you are still listening, still breathing, still willing to tell the truth. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself. And perhaps today, the saving looks like not turning pain into identity, not calling yourself abandoned as if that is your name, not calling yourself unwanted as if that is your destiny, not calling yourself broken as if repair is impossible. You were abandoned in ways that hurt, but you are not abandonment itself. You were betrayed, but you are not betrayal itself. You were neglected, but you are not neglect itself. You were not chosen well by someone, but you are not unchosen as a woman. Let that distinction protect you. A reflective question. What name have you been giving yourself that belongs to the wound, not to your soul? Maybe you have been calling yourself foolish, too old, too damaged, too needy, too late, too complicated, too hard to love, too much. Those names did not come from truth. They came from pain, and pain is not qualified to name you. Let dignity rename you, not with grand titles, not with false confidence, with simple truth. You are a woman who loved. You are a woman who was hurt. You are a woman who is learning. You are a woman who can repair. You are a woman whose future is not canceled. You are a woman whose tenderness deserves wisdom. You are a woman returning to herself. That is enough of a name for now. Carry it gently. When shame speaks, return to it. When loneliness speaks, return to it. When the past calls, return to it. I am a woman returning to herself. There is calm power in that sentence because returning is not rushing. Returning is not proving. Returning is not performing. Returning is a direction, a faithful movement, a way of saying I may not be fully home yet, but I am no longer walking away from myself. That is healing. And if today is quiet, let it be quiet. Let it hold you. Let it teach you that not every day has to produce visible progress. Some days are for integration. Some days are for rest. Some days are for letting the truth settle into the bones. Some days are for crying without analysis. Some days are for surviving without shame. The soul knows how to do quiet work. Trust that. Trust the smallness of today. Trust the breath that continues. Trust the boundary that still stands, even if it trembles. Trust the wisdom that is growing beneath the grief. Trust the woman who is slowly becoming someone she can depend on. She is not becoming cold. She is becoming clear. She is not becoming bitter. She is becoming honest. She is not losing her softness. She is learning where softness can live safely. And that is a beautiful thing. Even now, especially now, there is a quiet moment when you begin to understand that healing is not only about leaving what hurt you, it is also about learning how to live without using pain as proof that love mattered. For a long time, the intensity may have felt like evidence. The tears, the sleepless nights, the aching chest, the way your mind kept returning to the same person, the same conversation, the same unanswered questions. It may have felt as if the depth of your suffering confirmed the depth of the bond. And yes, perhaps the bond was deep. But pain is not the only witness. Love can matter without continuing to injure you. A person can have been important without remaining central. A chapter can have shaped you without being allowed to govern the whole book. This is one of the difficult truths of mature healing. You do not have to keep hurting in order to honor what was real. A deeper truth. Releasing pain does not mean the love meant nothing. It means your soul is no longer willing to pay for memory with its peace. Some women fear peace because peace feels like forgetting. They worry that if they stop aching, then the years were meaningless. If they laugh again, maybe they are betraying the grief. If they become happy, maybe the relationship was not as important as they thought. If they no longer cry at the same song, maybe they have become cold. But healing does not erase meaning. It changes your relationship to it. There may come a day when you remember them and do not collapse. That does not mean you never loved. It means your nervous system no longer believes the memory is an emergency. There may come a day when you speak their name and feel only a small sadness, not a wave. That does not mean the story was shallow. It means the wound has begun to close. Do not be afraid of the day pain loosens its grip. You are allowed to feel better. Even if they never apologized, even if the ending was unfair, even if they moved on carelessly, even if you still do not understand everything, even if some part of you once believed you could only be free after they finally understood what they did. Freedom does not require their understanding. It requires your release. And release is not always emotional. Sometimes release begins as a decision made before the feelings agree. A reflective question. Are you waiting to feel free before you begin living like a free woman? Maybe freedom begins smaller than you imagined. It begins when you stop checking. It begins when you stop explaining the same hurt to someone who already knows. It begins when you stop making their silence the center of your day. It begins when you stop using their inability to love you as evidence against your lovability. Freedom may first arrive as 1 hour where your mind belongs to you. One meal where you taste the food. One morning where you do not reach for the phone. One evening where the quiet feels sad but not dangerous. One moment in the mirror where you do not insult the woman looking back. These moments may seem too small to call freedom, but they are opening. And openings matter. Because for a woman who has lived inside emotional uncertainty, even one calm hour can become a doorway back into herself. There is a particular grief in realizing how much of your life became organized around someone else's presence or absence. Their mood shaped your mood. Their silence shaped your anxiety. Their attention shaped your hope. Their distance shaped your self-doubt. Their return shaped your relief. Without meaning to, you may have allowed one person's inconsistency to become the weather system of your inner life. When they were warm, the world seemed possible. When they were distant, your spirit dimmed. When they were kind, you questioned your doubts. When they were cold, you questioned your worth. That kind of dependency does not mean you were weak. It means your attachment became entangled with your sense of safety. A deeper truth: when someone becomes the source of both your wound and your relief, the heart can mistake the cycle for love. This is why healing may require more than simply knowing they hurt you. You may already know that. The harder part is teaching your body that it does not need the person who hurt you in order to calm down from the hurt they caused. That is slow work. A body trained by inconsistency may crave the familiar voice even when that voice belongs to the pattern. It may seek the old comfort even when the old comfort always came with a cost. It may whisper, just one message, just one conversation, just one sign that I mattered. Be gentle with that craving. Do not treat it as stupidity. It is the body trying to regulate through what it knows. But what it knows is not always what is good. Sometimes the familiar path leads back into the house where the fire started. So you must become a patient guide to yourself. You must say, I know this path feels familiar, but it does not lead to peace. I know this voice once comforted us, but it also confused us. I know we miss the warmth, but we cannot ignore the burn. I know loneliness is loud tonight, but we will not use harm as medicine. That is a holy kind of self-protection, not because it is grand, but because it is faithful. You are learning to comfort yourself without reopening the source of injury. A reframing. The goal is not to never miss them. The goal is to stop making missing them more important than protecting yourself. This distinction can save you from shame because you may miss them for a long time in small ways. You may miss how they laughed, how they smelled, how they said your name, how the beginning felt, how certain ordinary things belong to the two of you. You may miss the dream more than the reality, and sometimes you may not know the difference right away. That is normal. The heart does not sort memory with perfect accuracy when grief is fresh. It will bring back the beautiful parts first, because the beautiful parts are what made the loss painful. But let memory become honest. Let it bring back the whole story, not to poison the good, but to protect you from turning the good into a reason to return to harm. Remember the tenderness. Yes. Then remember the waiting. Remember the laughter. Yes. Then remember the loneliness. Remember the promise. Yes. Then remember whether the promise became a pattern. Remember the beginning. Yes. Then remember the woman you became near the end. The whole truth is not cruelty. It is balance. A deeper truth. Nostalgia becomes dangerous when it edits out the cost. Let the cost remain visible. Not so you can hate, so you can choose with clarity. What did it cost you to stay in uncertainty? Did it cost sleep, confidence, friendships, creativity, appetite, your sense of beauty, your relationship with your body, your trust in your own perception, your ability to enjoy ordinary peace? Did you become someone who waited more than she lived? Did you become someone who explained more than she was understood? Did you become someone who was constantly trying to earn the emotional presence that should have been given freely in a loving relationship? These questions may hurt, but they can also bring your life back into focus. Because once you see the cost, you begin to understand why returning cannot be treated lightly. You begin to understand that your peace is not a small thing. Your sleep is not a small thing. Your appetite is not a small thing. Your ability to walk through a day without bracing is not a small thing. Your life is made of these things. And a love that repeatedly damages the ordinary foundations of your life must be examined with sobriety. A reflective question. What did you stop doing for yourself while trying to be enough for someone else? Maybe you stopped seeing friends because you were always emotionally drained. Maybe you stopped dressing with pleasure because you no longer felt seen. Maybe you stopped planning because uncertainty consumed your energy. Maybe you stopped creating, praying honestly, moving your body, caring for your space, or dreaming beyond survival. Maybe you stopped trusting mornings because every day began with the question of where you stood in someone else's heart. That is not a small loss. When a relationship takes over your inner weather, it does not only hurt your heart, it changes your habits, your attention, your confidence, your future thinking, your spiritual steadiness, your sense of self. So, rebuilding must be practical, not just emotional. It is not enough to say, I know my worth. If your daily life still revolves around the wound, worth must become structure. It must enter your calendar, your phone habits, your boundaries, your conversations, your rest, your home, your body, your choices. Self-worth becomes real when it changes what you allow. A deeper truth. Self-worth is not only a feeling, it is a series of decisions that teach your life how to protect you. This may begin in very ordinary ways. Removing the thread from easy view. Putting the phone in another room at night. Taking a different route so you do not keep reopening memory, saying no to conversations that only leave you unsettled. Making one appointment you have postponed. Eating before your blood sugar turns sadness into despair. Choosing sleep over investigation. Writing the truth where your mind cannot edit it later. These things may not look poetic, but they are how healing gets a body. They are how dignity moves from an idea into practice. Because when the nervous system is wounded, it needs more than beautiful words. It needs repeated cues of safety. It needs rhythms. It needs boundaries. It needs predictable care. It needs evidence that you will not keep placing it back into emotional danger. You become that evidence, not perfectly, repeatedly, or reframing. Every small act of care is a message to your body that says, I am no longer willing to abandon you for attachment. That message matters. Your body may not believe it immediately. If you have ignored your own signals for years, your body may need time to trust your new promises. It may still brace. It may still panic. It may still crave the old pattern. It may still feel guilty when you rest. It may still expect love to withdraw when you tell the truth. Let it learn slowly. Do not rush. Trust. Even trust in yourself. You are rebuilding after an inner betrayal, not because you meant to betray yourself, but because you did. You dismissed your discomfort. You minimized your pain. You stayed when your body was asking for safety. You returned when your spirit was asking for distance. This is tender to admit, but the admission is not meant to crush you. It is meant to help you repair. You can go back to your body now and say, I am sorry I did not listen sooner. I am listening now. That sentence may bring tears. Let it. Sometimes the deepest apology you need is the one you owe yourself. A deeper truth. Self-forgiveness begins when you stop demanding that your past self had the wisdom Only pain could teach her. She did not know everything. She wanted love. She wanted stability. She wanted the story to be true. She wanted the man she glimpsed in tender moments to become the man who stayed. She wanted the life she had imagined to be worth the sacrifice. She was not foolish for wanting, but now wanting must walk with wisdom. Now, hope must walk with evidence. Now, love must walk with self-respect. This is not the end of your softness. It is the beginning of your stewardship of it. There is a difference between offering love and leaving yourself unguarded. There is a difference between being open-hearted and being unprotected. There is a difference between giving someone a chance and repeatedly giving them access after they have shown no capacity to honor it. Healing teaches these differences, and at first, they may feel painful because they require you to let go not only of a person, but of a way of loving. Perhaps you have loved by overextending, by proving, by enduring, by understanding endlessly, by making yourself available, by seeing potential, by forgiving quickly, by giving more so the relationship would not collapse. Now, you are learning another way, a love that includes you, a love that says, my compassion has boundaries. My patience has truth. My forgiveness has wisdom. My tenderness has a door. My devotion does not require my disappearance. A reflective question. What would your love look like if it included protection for you? Maybe it would be slower. Maybe it would ask more questions. Maybe it would wait for consistency before attaching deeply. Maybe it would stop confusing words with evidence. Maybe it would no longer mistake anxiety for chemistry. Maybe it would remain generous, but not gullible. Warm, but not accessible to everyone. Hopeful, but not blind. That kind of love is not less beautiful. It is more whole. And perhaps that is what you are becoming. Not a woman who loves less, a woman who loves with herself included. There is profound dignity in that. Because for many women, love became the place where they abandoned themselves most. They could advocate at work, care for family, manage responsibilities, survive crises, show up for everyone, and yet in love, they became small. Love became the room where their voice trembled, where their standards softened, where their bodies' warnings were negotiated away. If that is true for you, do not despise yourself. Notice it gently. There may be a wound there asking for attention. Perhaps love once felt conditional and you learned to secure it by adapting. Perhaps being chosen felt rare and you learned not to risk losing it by telling the whole truth. Perhaps you were praised for being easy to love because you did not ask for much. Perhaps you confuse being needed with being cherished. These patterns are not your identity. They are learned survival. And what was learned can be unlearned slowly, carefully, with support, with honesty, with repeated choices that teach your nervous system a new way of belonging, a deeper truth. You are not doomed by the patterns that protected you before you understood they were hurting you. You can learn a safer way. You can learn to notice when you are overfunctioning. You can learn to pause before explaining someone else's behavior to yourself. You can learn to ask, how do I feel here? before asking, how can I keep them? You can learn to let disappointment be information instead of a challenge to try harder. You can learn to trust peace even when it feels unfamiliar. This is not instant transformation. It is practice. And practice is quiet. Practice is what happens when the old message appears and you do not answer immediately. Practice is what happens when you feel the old urge to prove your worth and instead return to your breath. Practice is what happens when someone gives you ambiguity and you do not rush to fill it with fantasy. Practice is how the soul becomes strong without becoming hard. A reframing. Strength is not the absence of softness. Strength is softness that has learned where it belongs. Let your softness belong first to you. Let it show up in how you feed yourself, how you let yourself rest, how you speak to the mirror, how you forgive yourself for the days when grief makes you slower. Let it show up in the way you stop calling yourself weak for needing time. Let it show up in the way you no longer treat your own heart as something that must be rushed, fixed, or disciplined into silence. Your healing needs your softness, not the softness that excuses harm, the softness that refuses to add more harm to the wound. There is a difference. You can be soft with yourself and firm with the pattern. You can say, I understand why I miss him, and still say, I will not go back. You can say, I am lonely tonight, and still say, I will not use loneliness as permission to reopen what broke me. You can say, I wish it had been different, and still say, I accept what the pattern showed me. This is emotional maturity. It is the ability to hold sorrow and self-respect in the same body. A reflective question. Can you let grief be present without letting it become the decision maker? Because grief has opinions. Grief may tell you that you cannot survive the loss. Grief may tell you that the dream was your last chance. Grief may tell you that being alone is proof you were not enough. Grief may tell you that the good moments are worth returning for. Listen to grief, but do not hand it the pen. Let grief speak. Let wisdom write. Wisdom remembers the whole story. Wisdom knows that a tender memory does not erase a painful pattern. Wisdom understands that being chosen sometimes is not the same as being cherished consistently. Wisdom knows that you can mourn the loss without making it your destiny. Grief needs compassion. Wisdom needs authority. Both can exist. There is a point in healing when you realize you are not only trying to recover from someone else's choices, you are trying to become the kind of woman who no longer needs to betray herself to feel connected. That is deep work, because connection is a human need. You are not wrong for wanting closeness. You are not wrong for wanting to matter to someone. You are not wrong for wanting a hand to hold, a voice to come home to, a person who remembers the small details of your day. But you are learning that connection without safety becomes a wound, and safety begins with truth. Not perfect certainty, not control. Truth. Can I be honest here? Can I be human here? Can I need without being punished? Can I set a boundary without being abandoned? Can I be sad without becoming a burden? Can I be joyful without it being ignored? Can I grow without the relationship shrinking me back down? These questions matter more now. They will guide you a deeper truth. The right love for your healed self will not require the disappearance of your honest self. And until love like that is present, your life is still worthy. This is where many women need to pause because a hidden fear often rises. But what if I am alone? Not alone for a week. Not alone for a season, but truly alone. The fear can feel enormous, especially after 30, especially after loss, especially after watching time move in ways you cannot reverse. Especially when the culture around you treats a woman's worth as if it expires, as if her desirability, softness, possibility, and future all depend on being chosen by a certain age. But your life is not an expired thing. You are not late to your own existence. Your womanhood is not measured by whether someone stayed. Your beauty is not erased by grief. Your future is not canceled because one person could not love you with maturity. Your capacity to be cherished does not end because someone mishandled the chance. The fear of being alone is real, but so is the harm of staying where you are lonely anyway. A reframing. Do not let the fear of future loneliness send you back to a place where loneliness was already your daily reality. That sentence may need to sit with you because sometimes the fear of being alone keeps women in relationships where they are already profoundly alone. At least there is a name. At least there is a person. At least there is a thread. At least there is history. At least there is someone to think about. But a name is not presence. A person is not partnership. A thread is not intimacy. History is not safety. And having someone to think about is not the same as being loved in a way that helps you live. You deserve more than symbolic companionship. You deserve emotional reality. And if emotional reality is absent, then solitude may be painful, but it is honest. It gives you a chance to rebuild from truth rather than continue performing connection inside neglect. Solitude can become a place where your spirit stops lying. At first, that may hurt, but later, it may save you a deeper truth. Honest solitude can heal what dishonest togetherness kept wounding. In honest solitude, you can hear your own needs without immediately editing them. You can notice how tired you are. You can stop managing someone else's emotional weather. You can ask what you want for dinner without wondering whether your preference inconveniences someone. You can sleep in a bed that no longer holds silent punishment. You can cry without performing restraint for someone who will not comfort you. You can be real, and being real is a form of rest. Not easy rest, but deep rest. The kind that comes when you no longer have to pretend that crumbs are bread. This is part of the quiet saving. The soul stops pretending. It stops pretending the silence does not hurt. It stops pretending the pattern is temporary. It stops pretending the apology repaired what the behavior repeated. It stops pretending that being chosen occasionally is enough. It stops pretending that the woman in the mirror is fine with disappearing. And after the pretending stops, there may be grief, but there is also oxygen. A reflective question. What truth have you been afraid would destroy you when it might actually be the truth that frees you? Maybe the truth is they did not love me in a way that was safe. Maybe the truth is I stayed because I was afraid. Maybe the truth is I kept hoping they would become someone they only showed in moments. Maybe the truth is I lost myself trying to preserve a relationship that was not preserving me. Maybe the truth is, I can miss them and still not return. These truths may ache, but they do not destroy you. They bring you back to the ground. And from the ground, a woman can rebuild. Not from fantasy, not from denial, from ground. Solid, honest, sometimes tear-soaked ground. There is nothing shameful about rebuilding there. Many beautiful lives have begun from the ground. Not because the fall was beautiful, but because the woman who landed there finally stopped pretending she could live in the air. Now she can plant slowly. A boundary here, a routine there, a new belief, a safer friendship, a cleaner morning, a less anxious evening, a prayer that does not beg for the old story, but asks for courage to honor the new one. This is how life returns. A deeper truth. You do not need to feel whole to begin planting. You only need to stop watering what keeps uprooting you. Stop watering the old fantasy with constant memory. Stop watering the wound with investigation. Stop watering the attachment with access. Stop watering shame with cruel self-talk. Stop watering fear with comparisons to other women's timelines. Water what is living. Water your body with rest. Water your spirit with truth. Water your home with peace. Water your future with small plans. Water your dignity with boundaries. Water your heart with clean comfort. This is not glamorous work, but it is life-giving. And perhaps, over time, you will notice something unexpected. You will not only be recovering from heartbreak, you will be becoming more honest in every area of life. You may begin noticing friendships that were one-sided, work patterns that drain you, family expectations that keep you small, habits that numb rather than nourish, rooms in your life that need light. Because once a woman stops abandoning herself in love, she often begins to see other places where she has been absent from her own life. This can feel overwhelming, but it is also awakening, a reframing. The end of one painful attachment may become the beginning of a wider return to yourself. Not everything must change at once. Please remember that. When you begin seeing clearly, the temptation may be to fix everything immediately, to become entirely new, to erase the past, to reorganize your life overnight. But urgency can become another form of violence against yourself. Go slowly. Choose one room, one pattern, one promise, one boundary. Let healing be deep rather than rushed. The soul does not need you to perform transformation. It needs you to become trustworthy. Trustworthy enough to tell the truth. Trustworthy enough to rest. Trustworthy enough to stop returning to harm. Trustworthy enough to forgive yourself without excusing what must change. Trustworthy enough to choose the next right thing, even if the whole path is not visible. That is enough for today. A deeper truth. You do not have to become a finished woman to be worthy of peace. You are worthy now. In the middle, in the tenderness, in the unfinished grief, in the uncertainty, in the days when you still miss what hurt you, in the evenings when you feel afraid of the future, in the mornings when you are proud of yourself for simply getting up. You are worthy there, not after you are radiant, not after you lose the sadness, Not after someone new chooses you. Not after the past finally makes sense. Now, there is a deep exhale in accepting that, because so much of heartbreak makes a woman feel as if she must become more in order to deserve what should have been basic, more beautiful, more calm, more interesting, more patient, more spiritual, more understanding, more desirable, more impressive. But perhaps healing begins when she stops trying to become more and starts becoming true. True to her limits, true to her needs, true to her grief, true to her wisdom, true to the life that still belongs to her. A reflective question: who would you be if you stopped trying to become enough for someone who had already shown they were not enough for your peace? Not enough as a human being, but not enough for your peace. There is a distinction there. You do not need to condemn their entire existence to acknowledge that their presence in your life was damaging. You do not need to decide they are worthless in order to decide the relationship was not healthy. You can let them remain human and still let the door remain closed. That is emotional adulthood. It allows complexity without surrendering clarity. It says, I can see your humanity and I can still protect mine. There is dignity in that sentence. I can see your humanity and I can still protect mine. Maybe that is the kind of sentence a woman needs when guilt rises, when nostalgia softens the facts, when pity knocks at the door, when the old habit of caretaking tries to convince her that someone else's loneliness matters more than her own healing. You can care, but you do not have to carry. You can understand, but you do not have to absorb. You can forgive, but you do not have to re-enter. A deeper truth: your compassion is not proven by how much access you allow to someone who has not learned to honor it. Let compassion become clean. Let it stop requiring you to bleed. You can wish them well from a distance. You can hope they grow without volunteering to be the classroom. You can release them to God, to life, to their own conscience, to their own work, without placing your heart back into the lesson. You have your own work now, your own life, your own healing, your own quiet becoming. And there is nothing small about that. On some days, your quiet becoming may feel invisible. You may wonder whether anything is changing. You may still cry over old memories. You may still feel the weight of lost time. You may still fear that you are behind other women, behind the life you expected, behind the version of yourself you hoped to be by now. But healing is not always visible while it is happening. A seed does not look like a tree. A foundation does not look like a house. A woman resting after years of emotional survival may not look powerful to anyone who only understands power as performance. But something is happening. You are becoming less willing to betray yourself for belonging. You are becoming less impressed by inconsistent affection. You are becoming more able to name what hurts. You are becoming more protective of your peace. You are becoming quieter in the places where you used to over-explain. You are becoming more present in the life that remains. That is not nothing. That is the soul saving itself. A reframing: progress may not be that you never think of them. Progress may be that when you do, you return to yourself sooner. That is worth honoring. Maybe last month, One memory took you down for days. Now it takes an hour. Maybe once, one message would have pulled you back into the cycle. Now you pause. Maybe once, loneliness would have made you abandon every boundary. Now you cry, but you stay with yourself. This is growth, quiet growth, the kind that counts. Do not let shame dismiss it because it is not complete. Incomplete healing is still healing. A woman does not need to be fully healed to be moving in the direction of life. And you are, even now, even in the quiet, especially in the quiet, because quiet is where you stop performing. Quiet is where the truth settles. Quiet is where you hear the difference between the voice of fear and the voice of wisdom. Quiet is where you begin to recognize that you can be alone without being abandoned, sad without being broken, cautious without being bitter, soft without being unsafe. Quiet is where you learn that your soul has not left you. It has been waiting beneath the noise. And perhaps today it is asking for very little. Not a new life by morning, not perfect confidence, not complete forgiveness, not endless strength, just your presence. Stay with yourself. When the ache rises, stay. When shame whispers, stay. When loneliness stretches across the room, stay. When memory opens an old door, stay. When fear says you cannot begin again, stay. Stay with the woman inside you who has been waiting to be chosen by you. That choice may not erase the past, but it changes the future. A deeper truth: the most important choosing may not be someone choosing you after all. It may be the day you stop choosing against yourself. That day can be quiet. No announcement, no witness, no perfect mood. Just a woman sitting with her own life and deciding, gently but firmly, I cannot keep losing myself to be loved incompletely. That is a beginning, a clean one, a dignified one. And from there, everything can slowly become more honest. You may not know yet what love will look like in the future. You may not know whether you will trust again easily. You may not know how long the grief will remain. You may not know which parts of your life will need rebuilding first. You do not need all the answers today. You need the next faithful choice, the next breath, the next boundary, the next act of care, the next honest sentence, the next refusal to turn pain into proof that you are unworthy. Let that be enough, because there are quiet days when the soul is saving itself. And today, perhaps saving does not look like becoming fearless. It looks like staying honest. It looks like letting the silence be clean. It looks like no longer calling crumbs a feast. It looks like resting without guilt. It looks like remembering the woman you are beneath the grief. It looks like choosing not to reopen what your spirit has worked so hard to survive. And if no one else sees that choice, let your soul see it. Let your body feel it. Let your future be shaped by it. Quietly, faithfully, with dignity. There is a quiet kind of courage in letting the story become what it was instead of what you needed it to be. That may be one of the hardest parts of healing. Not the leaving, not the crying, not even the loneliness, but the surrender of the edited version. The version where they finally understood The version where the pain had a clean explanation. The version where the good moments became enough to redeem the pattern. The version where your patience was rewarded with tenderness. The version where loving harder eventually taught someone how to love you back. To release that version can feel like losing them all over again. Because for a long time, the imagined story may have comforted you more than the actual relationship did. The possibility kept you warm when the reality felt cold. The hope filled in the spaces where consistency should have been. The dream gave meaning to the suffering. And when the dream begins to dissolve, grief may become sharper. Not because you are going backward, because you are finally grieving the truth. A deeper truth. Sometimes the soul cannot fully heal while it is still protecting the fantasy that kept it trapped. This does not mean your hope was foolish. Hope is often what keeps a woman standing when life becomes unbearable. Hope can help her endure a hard season, forgive a human mistake, remain gentle through uncertainty, believe that people can grow. Hope is not the enemy, but hope must be paired with reality. Otherwise, hope becomes a candle burning inside a locked room with no air. It becomes beautiful, but dangerous. You may have hope because you saw glimpses of goodness. That is often what makes emotionally painful relationships so difficult to release. They are rarely painful every second. If they were, perhaps leaving would be simpler. But there were moments tender, funny, familiar, almost sacred in their ordinariness when you believed the person you loved was still there. And maybe they were there for moments. But moments are not a home. A home requires presence over time, care over time, respect over time, truth over time, repair over time, a willingness to remain emotionally responsible when the mood changes, when life becomes difficult, when accountability enters the room. A reflective question. Were you building your life on someone's character or on the brief moments when they resembled the person you needed them to be? That question may hurt. Let it hurt honestly. Because sometimes a woman is not attached only to the person, she is attached to the version of the person she had to keep believing in so her sacrifices would make sense. If she lets go of that version, then she has to face the cost. She has to face the years, the tears, the energy, the explanations, the parts of herself she abandoned. She has to look at the empty places in her own life and admit, I kept waiting for someone who was not truly meeting me. That admission can feel humiliating, but it is not humiliation. It is awakening. Humiliation says, I was stupid. Awakening says, I can finally see. Humiliation says, I wasted everything. Awakening says, I will not keep spending my life this way. Humiliation says I should hide. Awakening says, I am allowed to return. There is a difference. And on quiet days, the soul saves itself by choosing awakening over humiliation. It stops turning clarity into self-attack. It stops using the truth as a whip. It begins to understand that seeing late is still seeing. Leaving late is still leaving. Choosing yourself after years of self-abandonment is still holy, even if the choice came with trembling hands. A deeper truth. The timing of your awakening does not erase its power. You may wish you had known sooner. Of course you do. You may wish you had left earlier, listened faster, trusted your body, believed the first red flag, valued your peace before it was badly damaged. That regret is understandable. but regret cannot become your permanent language. A life cannot be rebuilt on the sentence, I should have known. At some point, healing asks you to say, now I know. Now I know what inconsistency does to my body. Now I know what emotional absence costs. Now I know that good moments cannot carry an unsafe pattern. Now I know that my needs do not disappear just because someone finds them inconvenient. Now I know that love without accountability becomes a place where I lose myself. Now I know that my peace is not a small detail. Now I know is a stronger foundation than I should have known. It does not deny the past. It builds from it. A reframing. Wisdom is often the name we give to pain after we stop letting shame interpret it. Let wisdom interpret this, not shame. Shame will tell you that you were foolish for loving. Wisdom will tell you that your capacity to love was real, but it needed protection. Shame will tell you that you are behind. Wisdom will tell you that your life is still unfolding. Shame will tell you that you cannot trust yourself. Wisdom will tell you that self-trust is being rebuilt through honest choices now. Shame is loud because it wants control. Wisdom is quieter because it does not need to bully you into growth. Listen for the quieter voice. It may sound like peace. It may sound like a boundary. It may sound like rest. It may sound like one clear sentence. This hurt me, and I do not have to keep returning to it. That sentence can steady you, especially when the past becomes sentimental. Sentimentality is not the same as love. Sometimes it is grief softening the edges of harm because the full picture feels too hard to hold. It selects the candlelight and forgets the darkness. It selects the kiss and forgets the confusion. It selects the apology and forgets the repetition. It selects the beginning and forgets the erosion. Be careful with sentimental memory. Let it visit, but do not let it revise the record. A reflective question. When you remember the beautiful parts, can you also remain loyal to the part of you that suffered? That loyalty matters. The woman who suffered must not be abandoned again in the name of nostalgia. She was there too. She was there in the nights you could not sleep, in the mornings you felt heavy before the day began, in the conversations where your truth was turned into conflict, in the moments you checked your phone and felt your body tighten, in the private prayers where you asked for either change or strength because you could not keep living in that uncertainty. Do not leave her out of the story. The tender memories may deserve acknowledgement, but so does she. So does the woman who paid the cost. Healing requires full witness, not only to the love, but to the damage, not only to the hope, but to the exhaustion, not only to what you wanted, but to what actually happened. There is dignity in becoming an honest witness to your own life. A deeper truth. Self-respect grows when you stop editing your story to make someone else's behavior easier to excuse. You can tell the truth calmly. You do not need to exaggerate it. You do not need to perform it. You do not need to turn it into a speech. You can simply say, inside your own soul, this was not good for me. That sentence may be enough. Not everything has to become a trial. Some things can simply be recognized. This was not good for me. This made me anxious. This kept me small. This required too much self-abandonment. This was not the kind of love my life can safely build around. There is immense freedom in simple recognition. Because once you recognize something clearly, you no longer need to debate with every emotional weather change. A lonely night does not cancel recognition. A sweet memory does not cancel recognition. Their sudden message does not cancel recognition. Your fear of starting over does not cancel recognition. The truth remains like a lighthouse, not loud, steady. A woman healing may need to return to that lighthouse many times, especially when the sea of emotion becomes rough, especially when old longing tries to make danger look like home, especially when she is tired and wants comfort more than clarity. The lighthouse does not shame the storm. It simply keeps shining. That is what truth can do inside you. A reframing. Truth does not have to shout to save you. It only has to remain steady when your feelings change. This is why writing down the truth can help. Not as punishment, not as obsession, but as protection from the emotional editing that grief often performs. Write what happened. Write how you felt. Write what repeated. Write what you lost. Write what you learned. Write what you do not want to romanticize again. Then, on a weekday, read it with compassion. Not to reopen the wound, to remember why you are healing. A quiet record can protect a tender heart because tenderness forgets when it wants relief. And relief is not always the same as healing. Relief might be hearing from them. Healing might be not needing to. Relief might be one more conversation. Healing might be accepting that the conversations never changed the pattern. Relief might be being wanted again. Healing might be realizing you deserve to be valued, not just wanted when someone feels your absence. A deeper truth. Relief can soothe the moment and still prolong the wound. Healing may ache in the moment and still protect the future. Choose the future, even when the moment begs. This does not mean you have to be heroic every day. It means you practice caring about the woman you will be next month, next year, 10 years from now. The woman who will inherit the consequences of today's choices. Will she thank you for reopening the door? Will she thank you for ignoring your body again? Will she thank you for trading peace for a familiar voice? Or will she thank you for pausing, for resting, for choosing clarity, for letting the old attachment ache without feeding it? This is not pressure. It is perspective. A reflective question. What choice today would be an act of kindness toward your future self? Maybe it is not checking. Maybe it is going to bed. Maybe it is telling someone safe the truth. Maybe it is forgiving yourself for a difficult morning. Maybe it is refusing to make a permanent decision while lonely. Maybe it is choosing not to compare your healing to another woman's visible life. Your future self is not asking for perfection. She is asking for care. She is asking you not to leave her with the same wound in a new form. She is asking you to learn now what will protect her later. She is asking you to stop treating peace as optional, because peace becomes more precious after a woman has lived without it. Not surface peace, not the artificial calm that comes from suppressing your needs. Real peace The kind where your body does not have to constantly interpret another person's distance. The kind where truth can be spoken without fear of emotional punishment. The kind where you do not have to earn basic consideration. The kind where love does not feel like standing at a door, unsure whether you will be welcomed or ignored. You may not have that kind of peace fully yet, but you can begin choosing in its direction. That direction matters. A deeper truth. You may not be able to create peace overnight, but you can stop agreeing to what destroys it. This is where your no becomes sacred. No to returning to conversations that twist your truth. No to explaining your pain to someone committed to misunderstanding it. No to accepting warmth without accountability. No to calling confusion chemistry. No to making your body live in alarm for the sake of attachment. No to shrinking because someone else is uncomfortable with your fullness. Each no creates space for a healthier yes. Yes to rest. Yes to your own voice. Yes to honest grief. Yes to support. Yes to a future where your worth is no longer negotiated through someone else's inconsistency. And maybe the yes does not feel exciting yet. Maybe it feels like emptiness. Let that be. Empty space is not always loss. Sometimes it is the clearing where a life can be rebuilt. When a room has been filled with smoke for years, fresh air may feel strange at first. You may cough. Your eyes may burn. You may not immediately call it relief, but the body knows the difference between smoke and air even before the mind settles. Quiet healing can feel like that. The absence of chaos may not feel joyful at first. It may feel exposed. But exposure is not always danger. Sometimes exposure is simply the first time you are standing in truth without the old coverings. A reframing. The emptiness after release may be the space your soul needed before it could breathe. Give the space time. Do not rush to fill it with another person just because the quiet feels unfamiliar. Do not rush to fill it with distractions that numb you but do not nourish you. Do not rush to fill it with self-criticism, because shame is often what enters when we do not know how to sit with open space. Let the space remain open long enough for you to hear what your life is asking for. Maybe it is asking for slower mornings. Maybe it is asking for better boundaries with family. Maybe it is asking for friendship that is not built around crisis. Maybe it is asking for attention to your body. Maybe it is asking for creativity, prayer, therapy, movement, order, laughter, or honest rest. Maybe your life has been waiting for you to come back, not dramatically, patiently. And now that the old emotional noise is fading, you may begin hearing its quieter invitations. This is part of rebuilding identity. Identity is not rebuilt only by saying, I know who I am. It is rebuilt by living again in ways that tell the truth about who you are, by choosing what reflects your values, by returning to interests you abandoned, by keeping promises to yourself, by creating rhythms that support the woman you are becoming. A deeper truth. You do not find yourself all at once. You recognize yourself in the choices that no longer betray you. You recognize yourself when you decline the invitation that would unsettle you. You recognize yourself when you stop apologizing for needing time. You recognize yourself when you choose a calm evening over emotional investigation. You recognize yourself when you laugh without checking whether anyone approves. You recognize yourself when you no longer confuse being desired with being deeply known. These are small recognitions, but together they form a life not centered around being chosen by someone who could not choose with care, a life where you are not constantly auditioning for love, a life where your years are not spent waiting for someone else to become ready, a life where your dignity does not depend on whether a person regrets losing you. That last one matters. Many women secretly wait for regret. They imagine the person who hurt them finally seeing the truth, finally understanding the cost, finally realizing with pain what they lost. And perhaps that fantasy is understandable. When someone has made you feel unseen, there is comfort in imagining a moment when they see clearly. But do not make their regret the altar where your healing kneels. Their regret may come. It may not. It may come too shallow to matter. It may come privately and never reach you. It may come wrapped in self-pity rather than responsibility. You cannot build freedom on it. A reflective question: if they never fully regret losing you in the way you deserve, can you still decide not to lose yourself? That is the deeper freedom. Not being chosen again by them. Not being missed loudly. Not becoming the woman they finally recognize after the damage, but becoming the woman who no longer needs their recognition to belong to herself. This is not easy because the ego wants vindication. The heart wants acknowledgement. The wounded spirit wants the person who caused pain to become the person who validates it. But sometimes life does not give us that symmetry. Sometimes the person who broke the trust cannot be the one who helps restore it. Sometimes healing comes from elsewhere, from your own honesty, from safe people, from time, from clean distance, from the quiet mercy of mornings that continue, from the slow return of appetite, laughter, sleep, and self-respect, from God's presence in the places where no human explanation reaches. Spiritual awareness does not mean pretending you are fine. It means knowing that your pain is not the largest truth about you. It means there is still something holding you when the story feels unfinished. It means you can grieve without worshiping the loss. It means you can be honest about harm without letting harm become your identity. It means the quiet can become a place of being held, not merely a place of being alone. A deeper truth: you can be deeply wounded and still deeply held. Let that be enough for today, if nothing else is. You do not need to understand the entire meaning of what happened. You do not need to transform your pain into wisdom by tomorrow. You do not need to find a spiritual explanation for someone else's emotional failure. You do not need to call betrayal a blessing before your heart has even stopped bleeding. You can simply be held while you tell the truth. There is maturity in allowing pain to be pain. Not every wound needs immediate decoration. Not every loss needs a lesson spoken over it before grief has had room. Sometimes the most faithful thing is to stop lying, to say, "This hurt me. This changed me. This cost me. I am still healing." That honesty is not a lack of faith. It is the ground where faith becomes real, because faith that cannot hold grief becomes performance. But faith that can sit beside grief, breathe with it, and still whisper, life is not finished, becomes something strong and tender. A reframing. You do not need to rush your grief into meaning. Meaning can grow slowly after truth has been honored. For now, truth is enough. You were hurt. You are healing. You are allowed to take time. You are allowed to choose peace. You are allowed to stop returning to what harmed you. You are allowed to be a woman with needs, limits, wisdom, softness, and dignity. These are simple truths. But simple truths can become anchors. And sometimes an anchor matters more than a map. You may not know where your life is going yet, but you can be anchored in what you now know. You can be anchored in the truth that love should not require self-erasure. You can be anchored in the knowledge that consistency matters. You can be anchored in the decision to no longer betray your body's signals. You can be anchored in the quiet vow, I will not abandon myself today. That vow may be enough. A deeper truth. A woman does not need to know the whole future to make one faithful choice in the present. And perhaps that is all this season is asking of you, not certainty. Faithfulness. Faithfulness to your own healing. Faithfulness to the truth. Faithfulness to the small voice inside you that has been asking for care. Faithfulness to the future woman who deserves not to inherit the same wound. Faithfulness to the dignity that pain could bruise but not erase. You are still allowed to have dignity in the middle of grief. You do not have to wait until you are fully healed to stand with self-respect. You can cry with dignity. You can miss with dignity. You can be unsure with dignity. You can be tired with dignity. Dignity is not the absence of emotion. It is the refusal to let emotion make you abandon your worth. So if the ache is present today, let it be present. But do not bow to it. Sit beside it. Listen to what it reveals. Then choose what protects your life. A reflective question. What would dignity choose today, even if grief is still speaking? Maybe dignity would choose not to reply. Maybe dignity would choose to stop rereading. Maybe dignity would choose to eat, shower, rest, call someone safe, step outside, breathe. Maybe dignity would choose to stop defending someone who never defended your heart. Maybe dignity would choose to end the inner trial and let the verdict be simple. I deserve more care than I received. You did. Not perfect care. Human care. Honest care. Consistent care. Repairing care. Care that did not make you feel ashamed for needing it. You deserve that. And saying so is not arrogance. It is alignment with truth. A woman who has been emotionally neglected often struggles to say what she deserved because she fears sounding entitled. But there is nothing entitled about wanting a love that does not make you invisible. There is nothing excessive about wanting truth. There is nothing dramatic about wanting repair. There is nothing immature about wanting to feel safe with the person who claims to love you. Let your standards return without apology. They may return slowly. At first, you may only be able to say, I do not want to feel that way again. That is enough. Later, you may say, I need consistency. Later still, I want reciprocal love. And eventually, perhaps I will not accept a relationship that requires me to disappear. That is a beautiful evolution, a deeper truth. Sometimes standards return first as pain, saying, never again. Honor that. Not with bitterness, with clarity. Never again to begging for emotional presence. Never again to shrinking your needs to preserve someone else's comfort. Never again to accept an affection that comes without accountability. Never again to treating your intuition as an inconvenience. Never again to staying so long in confusion that peace begins to feel impossible. Never again does not mean you are hard. It means you are learning, and a woman who is learning is allowed to change the terms of access to her life. She is allowed to require honesty. She is allowed to slow down. She is allowed to wait before trusting. She is allowed to observe whether words become patterns. She is allowed to disappoint people who prefer her unguarded. She is allowed to become less available to what drains her. This is not cruelty. It is stewardship. Your life has been entrusted to you. Your heart has been entrusted to you. Your time, your body, your tenderness, your future, these are not disposable things. They deserve care. And when you finally begin to treat them as worthy of care, your whole life may feel unfamiliar. You may no longer fit easily into old dynamics. You may no longer laugh at what disrespects you. You may no longer respond to emotional crumbs with gratitude. You may no longer be able to pretend that inconsistency feels romantic. This may unsettle people. Let it. A reframing. The discomfort people feel when you stop self-abandoning is not proof that you are wrong. It may be proof that the old arrangement benefited from your silence. You are allowed to disturb an unhealthy arrangement. You are allowed to let the pattern end with you, not with a dramatic announcement, with a changed response. A pause where you used to chase. A no where you used to explain. A boundary where you used to collapse. A silence where you used to beg for clarity. A gentle hand on your own heart where you used to reach for someone else to prove you mattered. These changed responses are how a life transforms quietly, one moment at a time. One choice at a time. One refusal to abandon yourself at a time. And perhaps you will not notice the transformation until later, until one day something happens that would have undone you before, and you realize it no longer owns you. You feel it, yes, but you do not become it. You pause, you breathe, you choose. That day will be quiet too. Many of the most important days are. A deeper truth. Healing often announces itself not by what you feel, but by what you no longer obey. You may still feel the ache, but you no longer obey the urge to chase. You may still feel shame, but you no longer obey the voice that calls you worthless. You may still feel loneliness, but you no longer obey the fear that sends you back into harm. You may still feel love, but you no longer obey the belief that love requires self-erasure. That is healing. Not perfect peace. A wiser relationship with pain. A safer relationship with yourself. And this is why the quiet days matter so much. They are training grounds. They are rooms of return. They are the hidden places where the soul practices freedom before the life looks visibly new. So let today be quiet if it must be. Let it be unglamorous. Let it be slow. Let it be a day where you do not have all the answers, but you do have one small loyalty to yourself. Maybe that loyalty is enough. Maybe it is more than enough, because there are quiet days when the soul is saving itself. And today, perhaps, your soul is saving itself by no longer needing the past to change before you can move forward. No longer needing the apology. No longer needing the perfect explanation. No longer needing the regret. No longer needing the fantasy to survive. No longer needing to be chosen by the person who taught you how painful partial choosing can be. Today, perhaps the soul is learning to choose peace without waiting for permission. And that is a sacred kind of beginning. End of part 9. Type continue for part 10. Continue. Đã suy nghĩ trong 10. Part this. There is a quiet day when you realize you are no longer trying to be chosen by the person who could not see you clearly. The longing may not be completely gone. The memories may still visit. The questions may still come softly at the edge of evening, but something has shifted. You are no longer standing at the door of the past with your heart in your hands, hoping someone will finally open with the tenderness you needed years ago. You are no longer arranging your worth around their ability to recognize it. You are no longer asking the same wound to become a home. And that shift may not feel triumphant. It may feel calm, almost plain, almost ordinary. But do not mistake ordinary for small. Some of the most sacred turning points in a woman's life happen quietly. No announcement, no applause, no dramatic proof. Just a moment when she realizes, I cannot live against myself anymore. A deeper truth. Healing does not always arrive as joy. Sometimes it arrives as the end of negotiation. You stop negotiating with silence. You stop negotiating with inconsistency. You stop negotiating with memories that only tell half the story. You stop negotiating with the shame that says you should have known sooner. You stop negotiating with the fear that says this was your last chance to be loved. And in that stopping, something inside you begins to rest. Not because everything is solved. Not because the past no longer matters, but because you are no longer asking what hurt you to become the proof that you are worthy. You are beginning to know quietly, without begging, without performance, without needing someone else's regret to confirm what your soul has already learned. For a long time, perhaps you thought healing would mean becoming untouched by what happened. But maybe healing is not becoming untouched. Maybe healing is becoming honest enough to be touched by the memory without being ruled by it. You may still remember, but you do not return. You may still feel sadness, but you do not call it destiny. You may still love parts of the story, but you do not use those parts to erase the cost. This is maturity, not coldness. Maturity is the ability to hold tenderness and truth in the same hand. A reflective question. Can you let the past be meaningful without letting it remain in charge? Because some chapters matter deeply, but they are not meant to become the whole book. Some people shape us, but they are not meant to govern us. Some losses change us, but they are not meant to name us. Some love stories leave evidence, but evidence is not a command to stay wounded forever. You are allowed to carry meaning without carrying the chain. That may be the difference between memory and captivity. Memory says, this happened. Captivity says, this is all that can happen. Memory says, this mattered. Captivity says, nothing else will matter again. Memory says, I was hurt. Captivity says, I am the hurt, and you are not the hurt. You are the woman who lived through it. You are the woman who is learning to breathe after it. You are the woman who may still have tender places, but whose tender places are no longer proof of weakness. They are proof that you are alive and that something in you refused to become cruel just because you were wounded. A deeper truth. The goal was never to become a woman who cannot be hurt. The goal is to become a woman who no longer abandons herself when she is hurt. That is the return. That is the quiet salvation. Not the absence of grief, but the presence of loyalty to yourself inside grief. You may have once believed loyalty meant staying no matter how much it costs. Now you are learning that loyalty must include truth. It must include the body. It must include peace. It must include the woman who has to live with the consequences of what love asks from her. A love that demands your disappearance cannot be honored as holy. A love that requires constant self-betrayal cannot be called devotion. A love that keeps you emotionally hungry while asking you to be grateful for crumbs is not a safe place for your future. And you do have a future, even if it does not look like the one you planned, even if it begins quietly. Even if it begins with a room that feels too still, a phone that no longer rules your nervous system, a heart that is learning how not to chase, and a woman who is tired but finally truthful, a reframing. The future does not always begin with excitement. Sometimes it begins with relief so quiet you almost miss it. Relief may look like sleeping a little better. Relief may look like not explaining yourself. Relief may look like no longer rehearsing conversations in your mind. Relief may look like your body slowly realizing that the emotional emergency has passed. At first, relief may come in seconds, then minutes, then an afternoon. Then one day you may notice that your life has begun to contain spaces that are not organized around pain. That is not forgetting. That is healing. There will be mornings when you wake and the story is not the first thing that enters the room. There will be evenings when you feel lonely but not desperate. There will be songs you can hear again, streets you can pass, memories you can hold without being pulled under. And when that happens, do not feel guilty. You are allowed to become lighter. Your healing does not dishonor what happened. It honors the woman who survived it. A deeper truth. Peace is not betrayal of your grief. Peace is what your grief was trying to lead you toward. Grief was not only there to hurt you, it was there to tell you something mattered, something was lost, something needed care, something needed burial, something needed release. Something inside you needed to be protected from continuing the same injury. When grief is honored, it changes. It does not always vanish, but it softens. It becomes less like a hand around your throat and more like an old photograph in a drawer. You may look at it sometimes. You may feel something, but you no longer live inside the frame. That is freedom. Quiet freedom, the kind that does not need to prove itself to anyone. Perhaps the world expected you to become bitter. Perhaps part of you expected it too. After all, betrayal can harden a person. Neglect can make tenderness feel dangerous. Silence can teach the heart to distrust every pause. but you are allowed another path. You can become wise without becoming closed. You can become careful without becoming cruel. You can become discerning without losing warmth. You can become unavailable to harm without becoming unavailable to love. That is a beautiful kind of womanhood. Not untouched, not naive, not easily impressed, but still alive, still capable of wonder, still capable of affection, still capable of trusting slowly where trust is earned, still capable of being held by love that does not require her to shrink. A reflective question: what kind of woman are you becoming now that pain no longer gets to define the whole of you? Maybe you are becoming a woman who listens sooner, a woman who pauses before giving access, a woman who no longer confuses intensity with intimacy, a woman who can say no without explaining her entire soul. A woman who knows that peace is not boring, it is evidence of safety. A woman who understands that being chosen is not enough if being chosen still leaves her lonely. Maybe you are becoming a woman who finally includes herself in her own compassion. That may be the deepest change of all. For so long, you may have been compassionate toward everyone except yourself. You understood their wounds, their fears, their childhood, their stress, their limitations. You gave context to their coldness. You gave tenderness to their distance. You gave patience to their avoidance. But now you are learning to ask, what about me? Not with selfishness, with dignity. What about the woman who waited? What about the woman who cried quietly? What about the woman who kept forgiving without being repaired? What about the woman whose body lived in uncertainty? What about the woman who lost years trying to be enough for someone who kept moving the doorway? She matters. You matter. A deeper truth. Healing becomes possible when your own pain is finally allowed to be included in the truth. You do not have to make anyone else a monster to acknowledge that you were wounded. You do not have to erase the good to admit the harm. You do not have to hate them to stop protecting yourself from them. You can let complexity exist and still choose peace. That is what grown healing often looks like. It does not need revenge. It does not need a public victory. It does not need the other person to suffer. It does not need to perform indifference. It simply becomes loyal to reality. Reality says there was love and there was harm. Reality says there were memories and there was a pattern. Reality says there was hope and there was cost. Reality says you can honor what was meaningful without returning to what was damaging. This is a clear place to stand, and a woman who can stand in clarity is not easily pulled back into fog. The fog may visit, but it no longer owns the landscape. A reframing. Clarity is not the absence of emotion. Clarity is the decision to let truth have the final word, even when emotion still speaks. So let emotion speak. Let sadness speak. Let longing speak. Let anger speak. Let regret speak. Let tenderness speak. But when they have spoken, let truth answer. Truth may say, I loved, but I was not loved with enough care. Truth may say, I stayed longer than I should have, but I am leaving the pattern now. Truth may say, I miss them, but I miss myself more. Truth may say, I can grieve this without going back. Truth may say, My future deserves more honesty than my past received. This truth will not always feel powerful. Sometimes it will feel like a whisper, but whispers can still guide a woman out of rooms where shouting never saved her. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself, and perhaps now you understand those days differently. They are not empty days. They are days when the nervous system learns that no message is still survivable. Days when the heart learns that longing can rise and fall without becoming action. Days when the mind learns that unfinished questions do not have to become lifelong prisons. Days when the woman inside you learns that you are finally staying with her. This staying is holy, not because it looks spiritual, not because it sounds profound, but because it repairs the deepest rupture, the rupture between you and yourself. A deeper truth. The most important reconciliation after self abandonment is the one between the woman you were, the woman you are, and the woman you are becoming. The woman you were needs mercy. She needs you to stop calling her foolish. She needs you to understand that she was hoping, coping, surviving, and loving with the tools she had. She needs you to say, I see why you stayed, and I will not hate you for it. The woman you are needs presence. She needs rest, food, honesty, support, silence that does not punish, boundaries that hold, a voice that does not shame her for still feeling, a life that gives her evidence she is safe now. The woman you are becoming needs protection. She needs you to stop reopening doors that lead back into old injuries. She needs you to stop confusing loneliness with instruction. She needs you to build habits that make her future possible. She needs you to believe that she deserves love with steadiness, not just chemistry. All three women are you. Do not abandon any of them. Let them sit together. Let the past be forgiven. Let the present be held. Let the future be protected. That is how a life begins to feel whole again. Not perfect, whole. There is a difference. Perfection demands that you never hurt again. Wholeness says you can hurt and still belong to yourself. Perfection demands a clean story. Wholeness allows the story to be complicated without making you ashamed. Perfection says you must be fully healed before you are worthy of peace. Wholeness says peace can enter while healing is still unfinished. A reflective question. Can you stop waiting to become perfect before you treat yourself as worthy of care? Because you are worthy now. With the ache, with the scars, with the questions, with the slow mornings, with the grief that still returns sometimes, with the tenderness you are learning to guard. You are worthy before the next love arrives. You are worthy if no one is applauding your strength. You are worthy on the quiet days when all you can do is not go back. And yes, there may still be hard days. There may be anniversaries that pull at you. There may be places you avoid for a while. There may be a sudden memory that opens a room you thought was closed. There may be moments when you hear news of them and feel your stomach shift. That does not mean you are back at the beginning. It means healing is alive. It moves. It breathes. It revisits what still needs tenderness. When that happens, do not panic. Place your feet on the ground. Let the moment pass through. Remind yourself, this is a wave, not a command. Remind yourself, I can feel this and still remain safe. Remind yourself, I do not have to return to what my body has worked so hard to recover from. A deeper truth. Healing is not proven by never being triggered. Healing is proven by how gently and wisely you return after the trigger passes. Return gently. Return to the room. Return to the breath. Return to the present. Return to the woman who needs your care now. The past may still call sometimes, but you do not have to answer in the old language. You can answer with silence. You can answer with prayer. You can answer with a walk. You can answer with a boundary. You can answer with rest. You can answer by living a day that does not revolve around what hurt you. That is a powerful answer. Quiet, but powerful. Because every day you live without organizing your worth around their absence, you weaken the old spell. Every day you choose not to chase, not to shrink, not to reopen, not to insult yourself for having loved. You build a new inner agreement. I belong to myself. Say that gently. I belong to myself, not as isolation, as restoration. You can still love others. You can still receive love. You can still build a life with people who are safe, honest, tender, and mature. Belonging to yourself does not close the door to connection. It protects the doorway so that connection does not require self-erasure. A reframing. Belonging to yourself is not loneliness. It is the foundation that makes healthier love possible. Without that foundation, love becomes a place where you disappear. With that foundation, love becomes a place where you can be met, and you deserve to be met. Not chased only when you leave. Not comforted only when you collapse. Not chosen only when convenient. Not loved only in language. Met with presence, with consistency, with respect, with repair, with a tenderness that knows your heart is not a temporary shelter. But until that love comes, your life is not on hold. Please hear that. Your life is not on hold. It is happening now, in the quiet morning, in the work you do, in the food you prepare, in the way you care for your space, in the friend who listens, in the body that still carries you, in the small laughter that returns unexpectedly, in the breath that becomes easier when you stop betraying yourself. Do not postpone living until someone chooses you correctly. Begin now. Small, honest, dignified living, a deeper truth. The life you rebuild for yourself is not a consolation prize. It is the ground from which all healthier love must grow. So rebuild it carefully, not to prove you are over them, not to make them regret, not to look powerful. Rebuild because your days deserve beauty. Rebuild because your body deserves peace. Rebuild because your spirit deserves truth. Rebuild because the woman who survived should not be asked to live forever in the ruins. At first, rebuilding may feel humble. Cleaning, resting, budgeting, walking, sleeping, calling a friend, making tea, going to therapy, saying no, not checking, writing the truth, letting yourself be sad without letting sadness drive. These are not small things. They are bricks. And brick by brick, A woman creates a life where her nervous system no longer has to live under threat of emotional disappearance. Brick by brick, she becomes someone she can trust. Brick by brick, she learns that peace is not something she has to earn through suffering. It is something she can choose, protect, and practice. A reflective question: what is one brick you can place today? Not the whole house. One brick. One act of care. One honest boundary. One nourishing choice. One refusal to reopen the wound. One moment where you speak to yourself with respect. Let that be enough, because enough is not always dramatic. Enough is often faithful. And after betrayal, faithfulness to yourself may be the most healing thing you can offer. There will come a time, perhaps not today, perhaps not soon, but truly when you will look back and understand that the quiet days were not wasted. They were the days when your soul was learning to stop running toward what had abandoned it. They were the days when your heart was remembering its own shape. They were the days when your body was learning that silence could be peace, not punishment. They were the days when you were being returned. Returned to your voice. Returned to your breath. Returned to your limits. Returned to your dignity. Returned to the life that remained after the illusion fell apart. And one day, you may be grateful for the woman who stayed through those quiet days, not because she did everything perfectly, because she did not give up on herself. She cried, but she stayed. She missed, but she stayed. She felt ashamed, but she stayed. She feared the future, but she stayed. She did not always feel strong, but she kept choosing one small, honest thing. That is how souls are saved sometimes. Not by thunder, by faithfulness. A deeper truth. Sometimes the miracle is not that pain disappears, but that a woman stops disappearing inside it, and you are not disappearing anymore. Maybe you are still quiet, but quiet is not disappearance. Quiet may be where your strength is gathering. Quiet may be where your nervous system is relearning safety. Quiet may be where your spirit is no longer arguing with what it knows. Quiet may be where your dignity is returning without needing to announce itself. Let the quiet hold you. Let it teach you. Let it make room for the parts of you that were buried beneath waiting. And when you are ready, not rushed, begin again, not as the woman you were before, as the woman you are now. A woman with tenderness and boundaries. A woman with grief and wisdom. A woman with scars and standards. A woman who can remember without returning. A woman who can love without disappearing. A woman who can stand in silence and know she has not been abandoned by herself. That is enough. That is more than enough. So when the quiet day comes, do not despise it. Do not call it emptiness too quickly. Do not call it loneliness too quickly. Do not call it failure, because no one else sees the work being done. There are quiet days when the soul is saving itself. And if today is one of them, let it save you gently. Let it save you from chasing. Let it save you from explaining. Let it save you from shrinking. Let it save you from confusing crumbs with care. Let it save you from making one person's absence the measure of your worth. Let it bring you back. Back to your breath. Back to your body. Back to your truth. Back to your own hands. Back to the life that is still yours. You are still here after everything. You are still here. And that is not a small thing. It is the beginning of everything that can still become whole.